So, we're back.
Welcome back to Nat One Nights. This is episode 12 of our Zephyrian Empire campaign. Be sure to check out. It should be up very soon. I'll probably do it when I get home. Our other campaign, featuring Ben, Sam, Brandon, and Eric, who aren't here. And we are doing a playthrough of Phandelver and Below the Shattered Obelisk, which is an official D&D module, which I've ran Lost Minds of Phandelver a few times, but this one is like a whole other half of it. So it's pretty fun. We already have a bunch of episodes already crushed out. We don't play that one live, but it'll be up on the YouTubes, so keep a lookout for that.
Check out the Silver Fox there.
The Silver Fox. We have a lot more stuff on our Patreon. Be sure to go check that. Make sure the audio is good. Yeah, we're good.
Good.
On our Patreon, we have a lot of behind-the-scenes content, like the last 10 to 15 minutes or so after each session, so you can see like our reactions to it, and us talking about that session, like our immediate right after, so it's like fresh. We also have a couple of other stuff on there, like our setup tour, and we also have how we made our table. I don't know if I said that last episode, but there's a whole module that gives you the specific supplies that we used, how to do it, like step-by-step instructions with measurements, the whole shebang. Like, you can make this table easy. It was like around $100 or so. So if you want to make a table like this, go check that out. I think that's it for our announcements and shit. And we will get into where we left off. So, last episode, after getting teleported out of Gemdrill by Wolfwin Wixius, the Arcanist himself, the party was teleported into Valewood, or the Kingsford Timberland. Found themselves in the middle of this huge forest, and got up, tried to discern where they are in this forest, because you have no idea, you just got teleported. For some of you, or if not all of you, that was your first time ever being teleported. But you made your way through these woods. You encountered a couple things. You found a little bowl of sorts of like old elven make, just in the middle of the woods, and after looking into it, there was some sort of a fog that you were able to wisp your hands through. It was almost like a liquid, and a couple of you found visions of sorts. Make of that what you will. You encountered a wall, which some of you knew to be this exterior wall that spanned miles around what was rumored to be the lost town or city within the trees that is Valewood, which was guarded. After talking with some guards and people atop, they knew about this meeting that you were going to, and you avoided confrontation and made your way through without paying a fee. Past them. Then it got nighttime, and you arrived at some old ruins again with a little bit of water, where then Chad went to inspect this water as you saw two bulbous eyes and a very long tentacle outstretched towards you as you're running away. Where then you fought a froghemoth, a like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ton creature that got up out of the water. But after slaying that, and I don't think you took any of the body parts, so you think you talked about it, but after that, in the morning,
really into the tentacles, I think.
you eventually found Valewood. After coming into this ramshackle ruins that used to be this old elven city, you spotted a nomad. Not in particular anybody you know, but akin to his armor and what he was wearing, you knew that he was a nomad. After getting acquainted and getting up into these trees, these almost tree forts, tree village place, going across rope bridges, upstairs, spiraling around trunks.
Walking up trees.
You arrived at the center hall, or what seemed to be a center hall, with all of the characters of the Viberous Confederate. Caladan recognizing a lot of the figures there. You saw different branches from the Viberous Confederate. Citadel Structar, Stronghold Impetu, you saw Bulwarks, you saw Mediators, you didn't see Mediators, you saw some Prophets, you saw Nomads, you saw Shepherds, and then you saw, some of you for the first time, the two heads of these sister castles of old, Theovar the Breaker and Lord Lithandria Nordan. After feasting your eyes upon these old figures, hearing rumors growing up about them, seeing them with your own eyes, Ace actually fought a little bit daunted by Theovar's figure. You held the meeting, the Timberland Assembly, as it is being rumored to be. You sat down in your seats in this almost Colosseum-esque building and proceeded to have this meeting where Theovar and Lithandria kind of led, mostly Lithandria just led this meeting and discussed everything that's happening. A lot of people were confused about seeing a shepherd and three figures slaying a representative of the monarch minority, being Pacifist Kriker. They questioned you. They questioned you about what you saw. You told them about pretty much everything that had happened except for the knives. You talked about Newey's Cross being taken in a fortnight.
We told them about the knives.
Yeah.
I laid them on the table.
We'll get to that. Right after that, Ace brought out the knives. Down onto the counter, you rolled them out, and all of your 3 knives at this point sitting there. Everybody was kind of taken aback. Were then curious enough to you, Lithandria made the executive decision to let you guys keep them, and them not to take them. So you took the knives back into I believe the haversack. I don't know where you have them actually.
Yeah, they were in there.
But then a vote was cast where you were supposed to vote either on the side of remaining as they are and taking almost a backseat approach to everything happening in the Empire and waiting for to strike when the iron is hot, for the opportune moment, or on the other hand, now using with an iron fist and taking control and going across the Empire and making decisions and doing things, where I believe all of you voted to take action, but then after the vote was cast and the results were presented, Ace quickly got up and walked out as the vote concluded as they were to remain as they are.
I demand a recount.
But after some people being disgruntled and the meeting somewhat being over, as people get up and start shouting at each other, Theovar and Lithandria kind of just walking off to the side, you guys followed Ace out, where Ace went around the corner into this little alcove, and then you guys started having a conversation with Theovar, and Theovar discussing with you the fact that even though everything was vote to not take action, technically everybody aside from Caladan doesn't really have any connections with the Vibrous Confederate themselves, so he kind of urged you to take action, but he kind of pointed you in the direction of the capital, which is Basinport, and asked you to go there and kind of just keep an eye out and see what trails entail there, and kind of check in, see what's going on there, see if you can do anything about that whole situation, whatever that may be. After that, you talked to Audemars, where she approached, and right at the end of last session, she introduced you to the idea that is the Ivory Aegis, a very secret Illuminati-esque guild, which doesn't really have a home, but it is welcome and it has a lot of people in the Ivory Aegis around the Empire. Also presenting you, or showing you her necklace, which is a little figurine of an ivory goat, and then you taking out your one that you got from Lord Bartram in Newey's Cross. And that is pretty much where we pick up as she walks off after having that conversation. Ace, in this little alcove, you're at this almost somewhat of a deck in a circular motion around this huge building high up in the trees. The golden sun is above you, baking down. At points you can get a little bit of shade, but an old fountain right in this little alcove just doesn't have any water coming out of it, but you can see a figurine of a little angel holding a bucket as you kind of sit there and just think about everything you just heard. You guys hear Autumar as she walks off. And you're left to your lonesome. You can see a couple figures walking around, some leaving, some walking back in. You can hear the conversation inside of this building.
Well, I'll see Ace over in the corner kind of thinking by himself and notice that he obviously walked off during the meeting, so I'll kind of walk up to him and be like, well, it doesn't look like you were too happy with the results of that meeting.
I hate to say it like this, Caladan. I don't like to give you too much credit, but knowing the man you are, I'm a little shocked you're in this shoddy commitment to this farce of whatever you call this commitment. Now, fuck them. You kidding me? You're a man of action, you're a man of the people, and they decide, oh, let's sit around as millions, not millions, hundreds, thousands die for nothing. Let's just sit around and watch. Wait for our time. Are you not pissed off like me?
No, I am. And you're right, I don't, but you have to understand I also agree with you. I don't want to just sit around, but unfortunately it came down to a vote of many other people than us who've experienced everything and what's going on, that at least we know now that the higher-ups do have an understanding, though, of what's going on.
See, I disagree with that. The higher-ups had every chance, every right to voice their opinion on this vote. And what did they do? They didn't voice their opinion. They didn't say anything about how they don't want hundreds to die. They just said, let's take a vote. Let's leave it up to the people.
I'll kind of sit there and look off and, like, understand what you said, and I'll be like, I don't know. What would he say to that? I guess I'll agree with you about it.
No point in sticking around here. Our next course of action could be going to Basinport. I don't know what we would do there, but at the same time, what's 4 of us doing against an army of 10,000?
Yeah. And why would they be preventing the people from entering the city of Basinport? It just doesn't make sense.
I think personally, I see 2 options. One option is bypass Basinport and go to these blockades and stop them. I'm not saying we got to stop them in a certain way. I say we stop them, however, force necessary or not. Or we can go to Basinport and see if there's anything we can do, anything we can find out that we could bring anywhere, even though at the same time, I feel like we've brought them all we can, and at the same time, no one wants to do anything. So I guess I don't understand what going to Basinport could do for us, if I'm being honest. I'm a little lost and might need your guys' help on direction here.
I think it's just you two talking.
Yeah, at that point I'll look around and how close are you guys?
Were we still talking to Theovar?
No, they walk away.
Okay, so
everyone
so
walks
we're
away.
basically you essentially, and then
We can overhear them.
We're like
Okay.
5 feet away.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just behind the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll turn around and look towards you guys.
I see no point. I see no purpose. I see no path for us to take. We're 4.
does it seem like the only reason everyone's here is for this meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so like there's not like permanent shops or something like that.
Give me a perception check.
I gotta unlock it.
And no, you don't see any shops. This is very much a
very old, like, ruined place. There's nothing here aside from you guys basically coming here to have this meeting.
Natural 20. How about that? No.
It was a 19,
Did you roll
but
the natural?
I rolled a 19, but it's all messed up right now. Yeah, 19.
Looking around, you can see a lot of the figures that are leaving seem to be like, some of them, specifically the nomads, seem like they're like have some sort of intent, like as they wrap down these
Bustle.
stairs, hustle in their step as they're not like sprinting to get somewhere, but they're like they have something to do.
Yeah.
A couple of the other people, you actually do see a couple, not much, but citizens, which weren't in the meeting, but you don't know if they're family members of people who have come, or like people who lived at the Vibber's Confederate, the sister castles, came with their like loved ones and things of the sort. On a 19, you also feel a little bit, as you look over to your shoulder, a little bit of bark or crumble that seems to be on your shoulder. And you kind of brush it off, you kind of look up, and you see a little bit of curly brown hair up on like the roof that ducks behind as soon as you look up.
What? So I'm gonna look at the group. I just saw someone up in the trees, I assume, right?
On the roof of this building.
Okay.
So
on the roof.
after turning around and like having this little conversation with Ace, I'll be like, "That a little brown figure in the tree. That is where?
On the building. Like it just like I was just looking around just to
Oh, the
see.
building, not the trees,
Yeah.
I'm surprised someone here has enough motivation to climb a building.
Maybe they're native.
Maybe they overheard something that they shouldn't have.
Is this something that we even really care about? Or do we got bigger plans than this random person on a
I
roof?
think that's what we're kind of trying to figure out.
I mean, if-
Well, but then I'll sit there and squint. I'll be like, "But why would anybody either? There's no means to leave on the roof, so why would anybody be on the roof in general if they were there? Maybe it is somebody listening in on the meeting."
What they kind of look like, just brown.
You just saw curly hair.
Okay.
who knows
maybe-
how long they were there.
How
They
far
could have
away
been
from
there.
the building are they?
Well, the break.
So, kind of like, so this building is a giant circle, and then there's like a deck that goes around the outside. At times there are windows, it's very open. You remember on the inside, the whole center didn't have a roof. The roof is kind of just like shingles-ish
Like a
around like
stadium
the
almost,
rim, kind of. But the building itself isn't like massive. It's maybe 10 feet up to like where these shingles are, and then they slowly slope up to a max of maybe 20 feet on the inside.
How far away are we from the spot? Did he point out the spot to me?
I would assume I would.
And another question is would it cause a scene with how many people are still around?
You guys are kind of around the corner where you can keep it not a scene, but like up to where you saw them, it's maybe 10 feet to the roof, so it's not high. Like maybe this ceiling. And then it goes up and you saw them maybe 5 feet up. So they can clearly hear everything you're saying.
I would like to. So
Benedict.
we think they can hear everything we're saying.
Correct.
I would like to Misty Step straight up to the roof, right
All
where I
right.
think they are, and I'm trying to. If
just gonna say
I'm
you could
hoping they're
just walk
still
up
there,
and
so I can tower over them.
And at that point, I would have been saying something like, "Well, I have no means of getting on the roof," and then I'll just see.
Yeah, all of you guys see a little bit of autumn, almost orange-brown leaves get wisp up before like a somewhat of a mist kind of just dissipates, and you see Ace is gone. Ace, as you get on top of this roof, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
What is going
I'll
as
run
you-
up after him.
There's no way this goes wrong, right?
Misty stepping?
Just running up.
18.
18. You're on top of this roof. It's not steep, but the shingles are old, so you kind of one of them crumbles out from your foot and dislodges, kind of falls towards you two. But you kind of get your footing. Right to your left, you see a figure. Right as you see Benedict walk up the side, and you're over the top now, which you do have the ability to stick to things, but as you're on these shingles, it start going out from your feet, but eventually you can like get your foot's almost kind of on the rafters, and you get yourself. You're like, oh, that didn't work as well as I wanted it to. But this figure that you see is a child. You see a human male. He has short, greasy, curly brown hair covering almost his face, as he kind of has dirt all over his face and kind of on his hands. But he kind of gets a little spooked by you there, and he just freezes.
You local from here, young man?
No.
What happened? I didn't know the roof was a hangout spot. You got plans being up here?
I didn't see anything.
Where you from, little guy?
Stronghold.
Oh, and you came here for? It's a long way for a young man.
My dad brought me.
Who's your dad?
Am I in trouble?
I never said you were in trouble. Who's your dad?
My dad? He's a Darien.
No Darian?
Don't think so.
You just come here with your dad? He came to see the meeting? Is he a member at Stronghold and Pet 2?
Yeah.
I see. You're just up here chilling out, huh?
Yeah.
Don't they have places for the family to be during this meeting?
I don't know.
Just climbing around then, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
You said you didn't see anything. Did you happen to hear anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I feel like I don't have to insight check. I guess maybe that's metagaming. I can tell he's lying and I don't care, in my personal opinion.
Benedict, I use one firewall.
I mean, so it's not metagaming. Can I insight check?
Sure.
He's fibbing.
16.
16. He's definitely lying.
And I definitely don't care.
You can look around the roof. You can see clearly where he like wobbled his way up and was looking over top onto the whole meeting itself.
I'd just recommend maybe don't go climbing in no meetings no more if you're not invited. Sometimes you might get in trouble for it.
I saw the
Big scary lion man?
those black swords that you had.
Yeah, and you ain't gonna see him again, your point?
I just thought they looked cool.
Yeah, well, store them in your memory.
Can you help me get down? He kind of flops over to his on his butt and kind of starts sliding down, and you can see from almost halfway down his thigh all the way down is a peg leg.
Caladan, come over here.
Kind of struggles to get down. You can see a little boy peek over the edge.
I'm gonna pick him up.
I'll just sit there and I'll just be like, "You're good to jump, don't you worry."
Are you underneath?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick him up and lower him down as much as I can and let him fall into Caladan's arms.
How big is he? Is he just like a human kid?
Yeah.
So
He's a
probably-
giant.
I'm like 7'6".
Takes 20 points of crushing damage.
Wait, so you can almost just like give me a strength check at advantage.
Please fail. Go fucking hurt this peg-legged boy.
One.
This is at advantage.
Roll again.
Do it again.
2.
What's it a total of?
7.
You 7. You go to drop him. It's maybe only like 3 feet, but surprisingly enough, Caladan kind of almost drops him before you can hear his peg leg hit the ground. But
I'm
you
going
get him
to
there.
chuckle out loud.
You get him there.
I'm just gonna look at him in his leg and I'll just be like, how, what were you doing up there on the roof, might I ask?
Can I jump down?
I was
Yeah, I'll
spying.
Make my way down
Yeah.
too.
You were
I'm gonna say
spying,
not
and I'm
worth
gonna
your time.
I'm gonna look at you and I'll be like, oh, okay, well, just remember, sometimes when you're spying on things you shouldn't be invited to, it might not be as pretty as what happened here now. So don't go making trouble or talk about whatever you may have heard. And I'll look at him, and I'm like, I just meant it. You just.
I'm gonna chime in and say,
Hear what?
you might see your dad with someone you don't know.
Yeah, I'll look at
And
Caladan.
I'll just like look up and put my arms at my waist and now and I'll be like, okay, well,
I'll look
glad
at
it wasn't anything too.
You know where your dad is?
I saw him inside.
What's his name again? I already forgot.
Darius.
Darius.
Yeah, I'll-
Darian?
Darian.
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 You know what, Darian? You know from Stronghold? Do you know if he's a
Way.
prophet?
Give me a history check.
Yeah. 4.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Do you know if your dad's a prophet, a bulwark, or a shepherd, or anything like that?
I don't know. He wears armor.
I see you are. Just
Would
as
I-
much help as Caladan.
Could I relate armor to ranks knowing what I know?
Yeah,
You would know that the prophets don't wear armor. You know that the mediators don't wear armor. Some of the shepherds wear armor. The bulwarks wear armor.
And I'll be like, Oh, he wears armor. I'm like,
Yeah.
your father must be a stout man.
Yeah, I mean, you look pretty strong. He kind of tugs on your chainmail.
He'd be like, oh, okay. And
He climbs around your back.
I'm just gonna grab him and set him back down. He'll be like, maybe it's time you go and find where your father is.
I'm just gonna
As you
laugh to
set him-
myself while like he's climbing on.
I just imagine like a
Like
peg
out,
leg. It's
like
just
kind
like
of-
dragging or clanking.
As you set him down, you can see something falls out of his pocket. And he goes
What is it?
What is it?
Picks it up.
What is
It
that?
looks to be a doll. As he holds it up, and kind of has like some iron on there. Looks like it should be like somewhat of a soldier, but he has like a stick in his hand. Oh, you like that? And he goes and he starts stabbing Kaladin's armor with it.
I'll just put up with it.
He goes, "This is the great Nukork fighting against the Empire's armies at the Battle of the Iron Wastelands."
I would like to mage hand, and when he pokes Kaladin, I want to use the 5 pounds force of the mage hand to make it indent.
All right, give me a strength check at disadvantage.
What? What do you mean? It's mage hand!
It's also 5 pounds.
2!
Doesn't even make a ding. Not even a noise.
Do we
But
see
he-
the mage hand
Pow,
too?
pow. Yeah. If
So
you're
he
looking
just-
for it.
Almost like a peer.
What do you mean?
As he sits there, pow, pow, pow. And then he looks up at Caladan. Did you fight there?
Where was it? It was the battle at.
The Battle of the Iron Wastes.
Have I ever heard of that?
You know that this is a historical battle during the Defendants, where the great armies of Nukork's Rest came up.
I'll like look at him and be like, "You really think I'm that old kid?"
I don't know. Yeah?
No, I would have never fought in any battle like that.
And he kind of puts his doll back. I hope to be strong like you one day.
Well, it sounds like your father, being the stout man he is, you have plenty to learn from him. So maybe you should go back and find him.
Okay. He just kind of turns around. You can hear his peg leg.
Does it look like he's heading in?
Yeah, is he heading in?
He's
or
going like
away?
back to where you would assume the citizens would be.
Okay.
And so during this meeting, there was like citizens there. I thought
Not
it was,
in the meeting.
They're like,
but people who were there could bring their family.
Not into the meeting, but like to Valewood. But you can see this boy kind of stumble off with his peg leg hitting the wood as he kind of just joins the crowd going down.
Did anybody mention the fact that he said he knew something about the daggers?
well, he was on the roof and could look in.
Well,
He said he
they
just
know
saw
that. I'm
Yeah, we
asking
didn't-
them if
we
you
didn't
guys
tell
came
them.
down
Oh,
and said
I didn't
something.
say that.
Okay.
I told him to commit it to memory.
So yeah, I'll just brush it off.
That was a weird kid, huh?
Looking out as he kind of disappears into the crowd, one of these little windows, you can kind of peer inside a little bit, kind of have to get on your toes to look in. But it looks decently empty. There's still a scattering of some people, but you can see Fayrith is kind of sitting there, kind of looking towards where you guys were sitting. You should kind of like look around.
Who's that again?
Was that the
is she
Citadel
another?
structure?
Fayrith
Is she the
Nordan, she's the
Nomad?
captain of the Nomad.
Yeah, because we met her in New York's Cross.
Yep.
Yeah. They were the ones
She
holding the
protected
gate.
the priest as we... Yeah, she was protecting the gate, and then she protected the priest as we went to get the diamond and waste. I don't mean it.
I don't care. It's all character.
I see her and I don't care because I'm in no mood to talk. Hey, as worthless as these people are, they got any means of transportation to Basinport, or we gotta huff it?
Well, I know that you could be sent in between if you were at one of the castles to one of the areas, but I don't know if they could have.
Could
any
everyone just huff it all the way
magical-
here?
Well, assuming we got teleported here, it's hard to say, to say. I guess if you're asking me, I didn't really.
Oh, you're right.
See
My
their
bad.
means of
I should have been
getting
asking you,
over.
Benedict, the man of this commitment here.
I mean, there's a chance somebody here might be able to teleport, but it's up in
Here's
the
the thing,
air
do we
if
even-
they'll help us.
Do we even have a plan on what we're doing or where we're going?
I don't care. I want to get out of
Are
here.
we just worrying about transportation to somewhere, but
somewhere
we don't know where
but
the where
here?
is?
Fuck this place.
Because if we're looking for like fast transportation, like teleportation, it kind of helps to know where you might want to go first.
I could care less.
And then, like, reflecting on the conversation we had earlier, I'll, like, look at Ace and be like, well, I know your frustrations with the whole meeting and what had happened, but just know I think all of us as a collective group have the same thing in mind, that we want to come down, we want to figure out and see what's going on behind closed doors. It's not only this army, but it's the corruption within that's making this almost worse than it needs to be. So I think I agree with you. I think we decide to go to one of those barricades, not under or with the authority from base and port, and we see what maybe information they have to not only preventing them from getting in there, but why, really why. And I'll sit and look at everybody else and be like, I think that would be a good place maybe to start.
With a 19 on the previous perception check, kind of listening, you can hear the noise of the woods around you, these huge woods, but you can also hear almost horses and people shouting. You kind of look over off this deck of sorts down way through a couple of openings through the trees. You think you can see the ground, but then you see the passing of a wagon or a cart with horses, and you can see a couple of nomads. One of them seems to have like a sword of sorts and it's chopping the way in front of these wagons. As you see them.
So it's like a caravan type of...
Who has a haversack, by the way?
Me. But I think you had it to present the daggers because didn't something that happened
I think
ended
someone
up
took
with
it, came up with the haversack. I think Josh did, but I'm not 100% sure. Wherever the haversack is, I'm just going to...
I'll hand it over or whatever.
Hey, yeah, can I borrow that for a second? I'm going to take the daggers out so no one knows that they're in the haversack, and I'm going to put them back on behind my cape, kind of. And I'm going to get the haversack back Kaladin. I mean, he's the meat wagon around here.
So you put the daggers in the haversack?
No, the daggers are back on behind my back.
Okay, so then I'll like grab them and be like, so you want to put them in there?
No, they were in there.
He took them out.
I took them out. I took them out because everyone here knows the daggers are in the haversack.
Oh,
And
sure. Yeah, okay, so I'll grab it and then I'll just set it back on like my belt.
Sounds like we got a plan. So first step is get off this tree.
You didn't see anything? No.
I'm assuming we would just go down.
So you saw like the caravans and everything? Did you tell us that or?
No, because I didn't think it was information that really was that useful.
You need to talk to anyone else in this cheesy community you got here? Or?
So Feyre, she's still sitting there?
Yeah, she's kind of like sitting in the open area, looking around.
And the last time we saw her is when
we resurrected
resurrect them. And did I notice them in the meeting at all, or did we ever?
We already talked to them,
Yep.
didn't we?
I was gonna say
They didn't talk to you specifically, but they were in the meeting.
Would we know the general direction to get to Basinport?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I'll say. So the nomads were in New Eats Cross, right, when this happened. So I'll kind of look around and be like, well, I noticed Feyre's in there. Maybe because the nomads were at New East Cross, maybe they have a connection to Basinport. Maybe we could ask if any directions to see where Basinport would be here from Valewood.
Well, I saw
Maybe that's
a
good
bunch
place
of
to start.
people already like heading out and ready to go.
I mean,
So,
you can if you want,
if we-
but
if we
all
wanna
I
ask,
know is
might need to hurry.
Nomads saw what we saw, but I didn't hear any of them speak up during the meeting.
You did.
Oh, we did?
Like all that was said, it was just the decision. I think at this point.
Yeah,
you know,
Faerith was one of the main voice outside.
yeah, because they were in the fucking battles with us. The first
it's been
battle
like a
at
month
New-
and a half.
Yeah, no.
Faerith was one of the main voices outside with you guys to
I
urge
think we
action.
can go and talk to her quick and at least thank her for helping Chad and thank her for speaking up during the meeting and let her know that we're annoyed at the outcome of the vote.
And I'll look and I'll be like, so I suppose let's get a move on then. We'll go talk to her and then see if she can point us in the right direction. And
Sounds like a plan.
Alright, let's do it.
Yeah, heading inside, you can see the familiar visage of the elven ears and the long hair and the green almost, not coat or cape, but kind of just outfit with the kind of somewhat light leather armor with metal patches here and there of Faerith. She, I was looking for you. You care to take a seat?
I'll
Speak a little.
stand.
I'll nod and
then I'll just say, yes, sure, but we really don't want to spend too much more time here. We're thinking we're trying to go to Basinport, so...
Right. Well, looking around, you can see pretty much almost empty at this point. A couple of patches of each branch here and there. People just bickering or talking still. Looking towards the middle, you do not see Theovar or Lady Lithandria. But as you sit down, she kind of, well, I mean, I was going to bring up, we're kind of having like a little bit of a bonfire. Well, I won't be there, but everybody else is. And we haven't seen each other in a long time, so... I thought I'd just mention if you want to join in. Another thing is, which I wanted to catch you before we left, the nomads were actually going south to help the citizens at the blockade. I don't know what that's about, but it's wrong, and they shouldn't be there. So we're going to go help out, me and the nomads. But I overheard my father talking of something about a century of the Gulf is all I could make out. My relationship with my father is pretty complicated, but you may want to speak to him about it. I mean, I would, but, you know.
What was it, Century of the Gulf?
Century of the Gulf, yeah, that's all
Who's
I
her
could make
dad
out.
again?
Was it Theovar?
Theovar.
Well, we just had a good conversation with Theovar, and
Yeah.
any information I feel like you could have given us up then.
Yeah, and I'll say, well, yeah, I guess so you're just saying you forgot to mention it last session or something? Or...
No, this is Faerith telling you now
okay.
of what
okay.
she heard.
Sorry, I don't know why I wasn't...
No, this happened after the meeting. He was talking to Lithandria, I believe. Kind of eavesdropped a little. I must admit, I've been kind of jealous of you and my father's relationship. Me being stuck over at the Citadel, kind of want to take after my father more, but my mother kind of keeps the reins on me. But I guess I have a responsibility as the captain of the Nomads.
Yes. Well, I would say me and your father have more of a business relationship, to say the least. He's taught me a lot, and he is a very good man, but you should be very proud to call him your father.
I do. Well,
What race is she then?
she's elf.
Yeah.
What's Theovar? I thought Theovar was...
Theovar's Leonin.
Yeah.
But she's full... She looks full elf? That's how that works?
She looks a lot like her mother, Lady Lithandria, who's an elf. I will say,
Trying to figure out the logistics of it.
it's been, what, a week, maybe two,
Submissive genes.
since New Wheat's Cross, but I will say all of you guys helping out there, especially with what you went through.
Yeah, that was something.
I will chuckle
And I'll like look at that and be like, something. You know, like...
Well, it's more of like a sigh, like reflecting, like as you say something, like, you know, like where you're like all of it just flashes.
yeah, that was something. Him just dead.
you look pretty good for being cleaved in two.
Yeah, I feel a lot better. It took a while.
That was a sight to behold.
I'm happy
but-
I didn't see it.
With all of you guys helping out at New Wheat's Cross, you know, given the circumstance, I don't feel like our efforts were useless. As I mean, we all saw it. That was a sight. But given obviously the outcome of this meeting, I know. Trust me, I feel the same way. I do trust my mother and my father. They are wise. I know. I get it. They're old and blah blah blah. Trust me, I hear it every day. But they do know what they're talking about, and they have a lot of connections around the Empire. And they want. I'll say this: when we do take action, which hopefully we will eventually, that's when we'll we'll start swinging.
Before or after all the citizens are dead.
Yeah. But
That's not aimed at her, even though it sounded like it. I wanted that to come across in a way where I'm fed up, not aimed at her, but definitely aimed at her parents.
Everybody's feeling the wrath.
But I'm gonna go guide my nomads. So maybe I'll write you guys a letter. I don't know where you guys will be exactly, but let you know with what's happening over at the blockade.
Well, Caladan, what are you thinking? I know we had a couple options ahead of us. One was the stockades. Are we going with, or are we trusting them with that matter? What do you guys think?
Oh, we should be able to handle it.
Let's go to Basinport then.
That's on the way to Basinport, right?
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's a, I mean,
The
yes and
blockades
no.
is-
'Cause the blockades are over the bridge, aren't they?
I'm actually not sure exactly where they are. It's just in between New Eats Cross and the capital is what I'm told.
So that's what I mean. It could be on like the complete opposite side of Basinport. So like even if we were to go there, there might be like
Yeah,
resistance or something that's.
Well, I mean, like even if we, like, do we tag along on our way to Basinport until we head our separate ways? Just
Yeah, we could. That
Group
makes
up.
sense.
Guys
Well, I
got
mean,
extra transportation?
Yeah. I mean, not the nomads, us specifically, but you guys could probably snag a couple things. I mean, before you guys leave or make any decisions, I think you should go talk to my father. And I mean, if you guys are looking to rest before you head out, take a stop by the bonfire. I mean, Automar's excited to see you guys.
I mean, we could use a little night's rest after
Mhm.
bad news.
What?
Who's Audemars again?
One of the shepherds.
Yeah, that was the one
The
that
captain
sent
of
me
the
the
shepherds.
I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Is
know
there
if
gonna
she
be
specifically
stuff to
sent
drink
me.
at this bonfire?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm all for it then.
No, it's pretty fun.
All right. I know Kaladin's probably for it then too.
Yes,
you
you
did
could
say
say.
you wanted a drink or two. Can't lie, I did hear that.
I'd have a drink in anywhere except at this clown convention.
Hey, you don't have to sit at the fire. You can sit in the shadows like you normally do.
We can stay here if you guys want. I just don't see the point in staying.
And I guess I would agree to a certain extent. As I look at Ace, I'll be like,
What
I
time
think
of
we
day
have
is it?
other matters to take care of. It would
It'll
be
probably
nice.
get dark in like 4 hours.
Well, it's gonna get dark soon. And based off how we got here, I prefer not to travel at night.
I'd be fine sleeping in the swamp over this. Ace is not happy.
And my
Sure
my
that-
agreement is more the matter of we already had the meeting, but are we going to waste another day sitting around while we are the ones who? Well, and they do too, but we're
We deserve a little time for ourselves,
I mean,
regardless. You
we
know.
either come here for nothing or come here for at least something. You know what I mean?
Maybe there's some more
Right now we're
information
leaving
once
with
people
nothing.
start drinking that they'd get a little more lenient on.
We ain't leaving with shit right now, except for some hurt feelings.
Yeah.
So, I don't
Turns
know.
butthurt.
Well, I think this is where I take my leave.
Wish you well.
Nice
Yeah.
to see you again, Favor.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes with the fucking coin council and shit.
All I can stand to Norm too while she's talking to her, like as a gesture of good to see.
I'm not
us
going to
still
say
here.
something, but if anyone's looking at me, I don't like that comment.
What comment? Which one?
coin council thing.
Oh.
Well, it's been an honor. She gets up, kind of grabs her little satchel, and swings a bow over her shoulder. Time takes a sec, looks around, and walks off. And now a couple, what patches you can see of people in the stands of sorts, kind of start getting up and start making their way down.
Did she point us like the bonfire's on the ground level?
You assume so.
Thank God we asked.
Well, regardless of what we gotta do, should probably get out of this tree.
Is the silver platters and stuff still there?
No.
Fuck!
All that's left is the old elven make.
Do I see anything else?
Give me a perception check.
Give me a natty. Give me a natty. Give me a natty. Fuck. 12.
12 looking around. Looks pretty empty. You see a lot of dead leaves. And then towards the middle where the counter is, you can see a little piece of paper on the ground.
I'll be pissed off that I can't steal anything, so I'll go take the piece of paper.
Looks a little burnt on the edge. Seems to be one of the votes that were cast. You can see a little start of an A. It was the paper that you wrote that said action.
I'm gonna cast Hellish Rebuke on the paper. I want to blow out the Schmithereen.
It lights in flame.
Alright, I'm happy. I'm gonna mark that one down.
But if you want to follow the crowd of sorts and make your way down,
Fucking evil.
which is a good thing that there is crowds around, because it is very much a maze of going through across more rope bridges, and you have to at times go up to go across to go down, and you feel like you're going for a good 5 minutes following this crowd as they eventually just ropes down and twist to the ground level. You pass a couple of buildings that look old. A lot of them seem to be just actually like destroyed by the weather, if not just a platform, before you can see the ground level getting closer and closer as you get down. At this base here, underneath Valewood, there's not very much buildings. It seems like most of this town of sorts was suspended up in the air. But on the ground you can see tents, different little spots for small campfires, a couple of these families that you saw before as like a male, like bulwark, for example, walks up and kind of greets his wife and kid as he arrives at his tent. A good smattering of like 100 to 200 people spattered throughout. But as you make your way across and kind of going towards through the citizens where you think like the shepherds or the nomads would be. The nomads you actually don't see any of, as you assume they are gone already. But you eventually can make it your way towards like the southern end of this town or city of Valewood, where looking above, you don't see anything. From below, all these buildings and everything is up in the trees. It seems to be hidden of some sorts. You don't know how, but you don't see any buildings above.
As we're walking, Ace would like to think to himself, I don't know if he finds anything out, but he's thinking to himself, I don't know if I can roll a check, why was my paper burned? Do I know why papers were burned? Or were they just supposed to be put in a hat and that was it?
You know that when everybody dropped their votes in, it kind of like burned as it like disappeared.
Right, that makes sense. I was thinking, Illuminati confirmed.
I remember something very vaguely like that. To why
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so I was like,
You're like, what is that information?
As you approach the southern end here, you
Bring all
can
the action.
feel it kind of
That's what I
start
was thinking.
descending, just the topography itself through the ground. As you can see more armored figures, you can see bulwarks, and you can see most of the branches of both of the sister castles kind of in this big opening area. And as you arrive here, just as the sun starts to set, it's going to be gone here maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 hours. You can see you're atop a very, not a hill, but in this part of King's Fair Timberland, it is very high up, which I guess you didn't really notice when you were teleported where you were, the elevation. But looking down, you can see kind of north east. You can see the Gulf itself, just shining blue, bright, almost like eerily light blue water, and this sunset that comes down, and you can see the ice spires in the far distance. You can see far. You are up on top of this point in King's Fair Timberland. It's miles from like sea level.
What direction did we come in?
You came from the
You think
west.
you came from the south-ish.
Oh.
Okay.
But as you see this sight and this beautiful sunset coming down, you can see a lot of people start throwing logs onto this huge bonfire in the middle. And across on the outside, you can see wagons with tents on top. You can see bigger tents. You can see very much an encampment of all of these branches filled with all of these smattering of people. You can see a couple of them are at tables. Some of them seem to be arm wrestling already. A lot of drinks. Off in the two little corners, you can faintly hear somebody just like strumming a guitar before a string breaks. Fuck. A couple of one guy sitting right next to you seems to have like his hood up. He's kind of of spits, and narrowly misses your guys' feet. He's like, oh. But everybody, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yeah, 3. 8.
I'm blinded by rage.
Would you like a dice?
I'm blinded by rage.
What'd you roll?
I'm blind.
You rolling that one, didn't you?
So did I.
So an 8, but not 1.
Not good. 19?
8.
18.
18. Looking around, Caladan and Ace, you're kind of just like talking to each other, or like you being so mad you realize he's mad, or something like that.
I'm so mad that I'm bucking you up.
But
Like, dude, chill out.
as you join Benedict, you can see Audemars sitting over on a log. It seems to be surrounded by people. They have their own kind of small fire off to the side, and she seems to be talking to him. But you can go wherever you want. Talk to
I
him, wherever.
would like to walk over to where that person was playing the instrument and just start playing whatever they were playing, almost like to improvise.
On your own
like,
instrument?
yeah. Like
All
just,
you have is a wooden flute.
No, I got the lyre.
Oh,
Or centaur, I mean.
Yeah. The cittern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just like
The
almost like
centaur.
improvise like I want
Yeah,
to
you
like
can see
improvise like continue the song.
You can see a blonde-haired female, kind of short hair. She's sitting there, has this guitar. It seems to have only 2 strings left. Looks pretty muscular. Like this
How
isn't their
hot, though?
thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a performance check.
Performance.
Let's see it.
We're gonna do the white dice for
Expect
this.
the roll shade.
Where's performance?
24.
Yeah, you start.
Start jamming.
And even where all of
It's
you
not meant
guys
to like
are,
show off. It's just like a
Fire
no,
comes
yeah.
from the street.
but
Yeah.
all
It's
everybody
red.
around,
It's
it's
fingertips.
a good 50% of everybody kind of turns their head as you start playing this beautiful tune on your cittern, and she kind of looks you up and down.
I'm gonna turn to the nearest person not in our party. First time I've heard it too.
Trying to show off, huh?
I was just continuing the song going. I noticed your string break. Wasn't trying to show off or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see any mead?
I couldn't stop if you wanted.
You see a lot.
Okay, I'm just gonna go grab whatever I can, and I'm going to just walk off into the darkness.
All right. I guess I'm done with this then. She kind of sets it off to the side. Keep on playing.
Alright. I just keep playing, just kind of like walking around, like kind of like, oh, maybe I should stay around by her, and then just kind of
She kind of like nudges somebody to their side. Oh, fancy boy. Where you from?
racing for it.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Ugh.
What kind of laugh is I just see the disgust.
You're a long way from home.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been there. How long has it been since I left? What do you say?
Good month.
Okay.
Judging by that scar you got, how deep does that go? Where'd you get that?
I was in a fight like a week or 2 ago, I would assume, right? And didn't make it out of it alive.
What?
Then some
He was killed in battle, and we revived him.
some priests came by and worked her magic, and I've had a whole new outlook on life since.
Sounds like you make a pretty good song out of that.
Possibly. Wait,
Start
never thought-
rhyming.
No, never thought of it. We'll have to think on it.
Fair enough. Kind of just drifts off. What are you two doing?
I should be looking around. Is Theobar still around?
Give me actually, you rolled a natural one. You don't see him.
Nice. Yeah, I guess I'll go for some beer, some mead.
Yeah, you guys can easily find a good couple tables that just are filled with barrels of ale.
Nice.
That's their sole purpose. You can see a bunch of empty mugs. Some of them seem to be used and tipped over, but easy enough you can fill yourselves up. And
So after that, like, kind of awkward interaction, I'm just gonna like, almost like, all right, and just kind of like awkwardly like walk over there and just like down, like,
a lot of you start drinking.
you know.
The sun now getting very low. Begins to get very dark as you can see a couple people. I think it's time. Light her up. They go and throw torches, and this huge bonfire just goes, almost touches a couple of the treetops. Everybody, kind of clanking their glasses together, and that you can feel the heat almost like baking on you. This is a huge fire. But as you're drinking, you can see Audemars off to the side as the orange glow from her almost small fire seems to be surrounded by a couple of bulwarks and other shepherds. But she kind of, hey, there they are, the boys! Get on over here!
The boy.
Come on!
Do I
Yeah.
see where Ace kind of ran off to?
I'm going off in a silent fashion.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, you got the boots too.
I get advantage because of the boots. And I already got an 18, so. 18 plus 3, 21.
21. Yeah, you don't see him drift off. She's gone.
To be clear, I want to go far enough away campsite where I can semi-hear it, but I'm not going to be seen in the firelight. And I want to find a spot to sit down where I'm facing it, but I'm basically like sitting in front of a tree where if something would come from behind me, they'd have to get up to me before they would have a chance of seeing me. And I'm going to kind of huddle in my cloak to be unseen.
Yeah, you find a little comfy spot. Seems to be out of the firelight. But you kind of walk towards Audemars. Will do you?
Well, I'm assuming I would have heard her say that, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab like a bunch of mugs, just full, and just start walking over there.
Yeah. Oh, get out of here. She kind of like shoves a guy on a log. He falls on his back. Make room for the boys. Get in here. Yeah. She goes and just grabs one out of your hand. Yeah. Give me another one. She grabs another one. Well, these 4 here, 3. Where's your boy?
He's having a little rough time, so he's just.
He's not
Off on
very
his
happy
own.
with the turnout of the meeting, so I think he's taking some time to go for a walk or take a breather.
Meetings, fuck them. We're here to drink, we're here to have fun. I haven't seen, well, you two ever, and you in a while.
I'll just
Since
grab
I've-
it and I'll be like, and it's good to see that there still is some fun to be
Oh,
had
and
left in this
Camden.
world.
Oh,
So
and
I'll grab
Camden
it and I'll,
mug.
yeah.
She just starts downing, it's pouring off the side. You can see her half-orc figure. A couple of the people sitting around as you kind of sit in this little powwow here seem to be very much like war-ready, not war-hardened people. Like a lot of the bulwarks, they haven't really seen any action at these
It's all like training and all that.
castle,
kinda.
yeah. But a lot of them seem very jacked. A lot of them have a lot of armor, plate mail. Some of them seem to have even heavier, or if not just more armor than Caladan. Some of it you're like, it's a little much, man. One of them seems to have like a bucket helmet that's like tipped up. You can barely see his eyes. He's kind of pulling at his chainmail. He's holding a mug. And he's like, he just kind of sets
You
it
just
off
take
to
the helmet
side.
off.
Sits there.
Just take the helmet off. You're among friends.
Well, I mean, a lot of things to talk about. I mean, shit. Where are you from?
Basinport.
We're gonna use a couple cards.
Oh, okay.
Here's a good one. Who is the most challenging opponent you've ever faced?
Is this asking me?
I wonder who that could be. What did you learn from your encounters with that person?
And we can hear all of this, right? It's just
So she asked me that.
Yeah.
Well,
That was perfect.
I mean, I'm gonna have to think about that.
Top.
that was perfect. You scripted that.
Well, I fought the leader of the undead army
Well, shit.
and died. So I learned to not do that again.
You see a couple of the guys start drinking.
I like open my like
one of them,
armor up or jacket or whatever, and then show the scar being like.
I died. Will not do it.
I did fight a very strong foe, but I indeed did die.
As you're sitting there, one of the guys kind of, I mean, this blockade, they sent the nomads over there. What do you guys think of that?
Would they know that they were also stationed at like Newit's Cross?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took the words right out of my mouth. It's bullshit. Well, all these citizens, I mean, you guys were there, we weren't, but New Wheat's Cross supposedly overtaken, like, as you said, in like one night, and all the citizens go to get help from the capital, and they're set up with a blockade.
Yeah, and we don't really agree with this either, and we don't understand why they would. Why wouldn't you want to let your citizens back into your capital?
Well, I can tell you exactly
Well,
why.
I have a little input on that. I was sent out here to begin with by my father to stop the rumors of the undead.
Who's your father?
It's a great question.
It's been so long.
Who's your dad?
Who your dad?
Dude, he's like,
I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Wait, doll?
Is it that the H word, right?
Heraldine.
Heraldine.
The H word.
It's Heraldine. Off the council in Basinport.
Isn't that the guy who owns that, what is it, that auction house?
Yeah.
Or a museum?
Yeah.
Well, it can't be both, right? What is it?
It's like a little bit of both, you know. Anything's for sale. So there might be some stuff in there that might be let out of price for majority of people, but you know.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah. It's something.
Well, send your father a letter and tell him to get those fucking people in town. They need help.
Well, we're kind of heading that direction, so.
Yeah. You see another guy pick up. Well, I mean, even though this is a secret meeting, I didn't see any of the mediators here. We left them back home, so I imagine they're gonna be like, what the hell, we're gone, so somewhat of a secret meeting, right? It's gonna reach the capital that we're all gone, so that's not very secret.
No, doesn't seem like it's planned out very well. Maybe that's the point.
It wasn't up to me. You can see Audemars kind of picks up again. You little guy. Hello. Yeah, talking to you.
What can I do for you?
What's the most critical lesson you've learned from a close friend?
Well,
Getting the deep questions. I chuckle and take another sip.
a few weeks ago, one of my good new friends quickly taught me to choose your battles wisely, as some people might be a lot more powerful than you might anticipate.
Like,
And I'll kind of look over at Chad's exposed scar.
Never underestimate your foes, I guess you could say. And I'll take a drink to that,
Yeah,
knowing that.
I'll take a big look.
Thinking about that, I'll be like
During this
reminiscing
entire
on the
like
death
thing,
night.
I'm just constantly like casually like sipping, like not like necessarily trying to get drunk, but like if it happens, like
yeah, you can see everybody's down in a lot of shit.
yeah.
Ace, go ahead and give me a perception check.
12.
12. Sitting there, you kind of see some people walk by. You know, some of it is just silhouettes with the fire. And you can even, from this far away, feel the heat of this fire. But there's a couple tents right in front of you. And you can see a torch or a candle inside one of them lights. As you can see the shadow of two figures as they enter the tent. They kind of sit down. It looks like they're started drinking too. With a 12, you can hear them talking, but you can't hear what they're saying.
How far away am I?
You're maybe 10, 15 feet from the tent.
I'm just gonna sit there in silence, and if I hear something later, I hear something later.
All right. Yeah, you sit there. It's kind of, not kind of, it is cold as it gets nighttime, but this fire, with being so large, somewhat keeps you a little bit warm just from one side, so you kind of have to keep turning to get a little bit of warmth from it. But as you're sitting there,
Like rotisserie chicken.
Audemars kind of like goes and touches her necklace. Kind of looks around at the group. Why doesn't everybody get the fuck out of here except for these three? Everybody? They just kind of like listen to her stand up. They just walk off.
I'll like chuckle at that.
She kind of pulls out her necklace. So, the Ivory Eggs. I think you'll probably have to, how do I word, prove your worth to Theovar. I mean, you know him, but he doesn't trust easy, and I think you gotta prove your worth to him. I'm trying to think of things that you could do here. Well, I mean, just go talk to him. See what he says. I heard about the father's tetrad. Everybody give me a history check.
27.
Jesus.
Dang.
So, if I'm proficient in history, what does that mean?
You just add your proficiency bonus, which
that
should already be
okay.
calculated.
So, 19. Wait. 18.
All of you have heard of this, but as she picks up, well, judging by your faces, I think you recognize them. They're the 4 fallen heroes from Stronghold and Petu, known for their skill with halberds and fluent in battle when together. But in today's terms, they're more famous for their downfall. We looked for their aid in the, well, not we, but I mean, in the past, the shepherds looked for their aid in the Battle of the Iron Wastes, but when the time came, they vanished. No one knows why they disappeared, and Lord Theovar will not speak of them, but rumor has it he had to kill them himself because they were too powerful. But I don't think he could take them.
So you think they're...
So are you saying that you're speculating they might still be alive?
I don't know. A lot of people say a lot of different things. It's almost history now. But, I mean, make of it what you will. What do you think these 4 great heroes that were supposedly the greatest warriors in all of the Empire, at the height of the defendants, they just go missing?
If you couldn't kill them, maybe they're locked up somewhere.
Well, who knows? Maybe that has nothing to do with Theovar.
Interesting.
But I think I can see you standing over there. Not Ace, but the people that she hushed away. You can see them kind of like leaning around the tent, kind of trying to eavesdrop before they start drinking. But she, get over here! I got a campfire store. And they all kind of like just go sit down. You can see the guy with his mug still that has just his eyes.
Has he been drinking anything? Or is he just kind of like holding?
No!
I imagine you just like, dude, you can just pull down your chainmail.
Just take your helmet off, man. We're all friends here. There's plenty of people. If anybody's attacking, you got plenty of time to put it back on.
Well, you have to promise me one thing.
Okay.
Don't laugh.
Okay.
Takes off his bucket helm. You can see a chainmail on his hood before he goes and pulls it over. You can see one hair. And you can see a big mouth where he smiles, and it's one huge tooth down the middle. A couple of people around him just start fucking laughing.
I'm gonna like kind of look at them like intimidating, like trying to be respectful type.
Starts drinking. But as you sit down, Audemars kind of, well, you guys probably heard some, if not all of that. I don't really care, because I'll break any of your necks. Then I'll just kind of like sit there. But, I mean, as far as the father's tetrad goes, I got a story. There we were. As the dark skies gloom overhead, the entire empire covered in a blanket of black.
The sound of metal plates and weapons ring about in the corridors as 4 warriors march in unison. The only light being soft torches and sconces giving off a glow to the dark halls, an evil orange glow. 4 champions of Stronghold Impetu, equivalent to that of an army, renowned for their prowess with a glaive, a legend to most, the Father's Tetrad.
You can see the guy go.
This one that took his
I'm gonna be very into this as well as I drink it.
As she picks up again, the campfire behind you just almost baking through some of your armor. It's if you're on the side towards the fire, you're like cooking. If you're on the other side, you're cold. But she picks up.
They have arrived at Lord Theovar's doorstep at his bidding. But they are not there to take commands. Boom!
The guy goes. He's like way too into it.
Like I even fucking jumped.
The hardy doors of the Lord's chambers burst open as they advance. Not many have the sack to approach the breaker in such a manner, but as they stand to salute him, the rumble of the Leonin's voice softly fills the room. Back to his champions, leaning over a slow fire, he whispers, "You abandoned us in a time of great need. What makes you think you can take me in combat? Does your little spears give you hope? Do you carry such an ego that reason is thrown out the window?" One of the champions speaks briskly. "You are no match, my lord. We will make this quick." All 4 lower their glaives, striking a stance. The breaker grabs an ambered log from the fire as he spins, throwing it their direction. As he shouts, "This is folly! Most trusted companions, at our darkest hour, you disgrace our virtues. Come and be erased from this plane." And without armor, in that dark night, 4 of the greatest warriors in the Empire were never heard from again. Some say the breakers squeezed their eyes out so that they would not meet their tear eye to eye in the afterlife. Some say they killed themselves out of sheer squabble. But the Lord still stands to this day, and the aptitude of the Father's Tetrad passed to legend.
You can see the guy. "That's bullshit, he's just one man." Another guy. "Why did they try to kill him? That can't be true. You're just fiction. This is just fiction." She kind of shrugs and leans back. Starts sipping. Well, any of you want to take a card and ask somebody else something? Here, have a couple. But as you sit there, one of the guys kind of picks up. I don't know where your 3rd guy is, but I was talking about this gulf nearby, and I heard a couple of the towns around, they're talking about some creature. It starts with a V or something. Anybody you know anything about that?
A V?
A V. Starts with a V.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
Well, I thought I'd bring it up. Everybody else is kind of just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then the person right next to Audemars, which hasn't really spoke much, but kind of has a lot of armor on, kind of just picks up. Anybody heard about them rolling through different parts of the Empire? Something to do with like blood? Anybody heard that? A couple of them. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. What about you 3? You heard about that?
Them? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, from what we've heard, it's like a band of people rolling around. They think they're just running the show, but they run around, beat people up, kill people. Sounds like they don't give a fuck. They're doing whatever they want. I don't know what they're doing, but supposedly it's somewhat scary.
About how many people? How big is this group?
Over a dozen? I don't know.
I was definitely thinking it was us. I'm not gonna lie.
No, not you. I heard they used blood or something, and they like to empower themselves, and they go into like a frenzy or like a rage. And nobody's able to even touch them.
The only thing I've heard of is like the undead.
And where would you say these people were?
Heard of their causing a ruckus over in Trybrook. I think they went to the landing below Cloudhaven. I don't know. So I've heard everything.
No, I don't think we've really heard of a band of these people going around, and we've, again, like Chad was saying, we have only just experienced a lot of the undead armies, and nothing to that extent. I'll try to think on it, but yeah, I don't think.
No.
And what did you say it was? They were using blood?
Yeah, they were using blood.
Like in like
Blood
their
makes
blood,
them
or
stronger.
some
Yeah.
like cutting themselves and like.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know,
Sounds like
campfire
a-
stories.
It sounds like a group of people I don't want to meet.
Keeps drinking. As you guys are sitting here, out of the corner of your eye, you can see Theovar as he kind of enters one of these bigger tents, kind of, and walks in. You can see a faint glimpse inside.
Can I get a couple of those cards?
Yeah.
Just in case.
There you go.
But it gets kind of silent around the small campfire as everybody kind of just... The one guy with the one tooth kind of still looks a little scared as he kind of...
I'll look at the
Taking over.
biggest guy I see around the fire, who maybe isn't paying much attention, but he's maybe just there drinking like I am and having a good time. Is there anybody like that around me? Like somebody
Yeah,
of
right
a-
next to Audemars, you see the dude with a lot of armor on. He's just sitting there.
I'll be like, well, how about you over there, big fella? Why don't you tell me what's the hardest foe you've ever faced?
That's a good question. Well, one time in a training exercise, the breaker himself came down, and he was like showing us this one move or whatever, and he like tripped me.
I'll like gonna sit there and be like, that.
Just gonna like look at them and then just take them.
Be like, well, that's interesting. I guess you say that's a foe, but nonetheless.
Is Theovar, Lord Theovar, not a foe?
Seems more like an ally.
I fought him more than any of you. Kind of looks around.
I would. And I'll just sit there and be like, more or less training, I guess. All it sounds like, and I'll drink.
Fucking shepherds.
But as you drink, you can see Theovar in this tent.
Yeah, so I'll probably. Can I excuse myself and maybe go over to the tent that he was walking to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Benedict,
Yeah.
how's Tivip doing?
Let's find out.
You're already
Reach down. Well, I'll just open my satchel and just kind of.
Tivip's not there.
Well, he's I don't know where he is.
Over here. You hear in your head. You kind of look towards the campfire, the small one in front of you. He's sitting on one of the rocks, like twiddling his feet. He's like,
He's got his
Mushrooms for dinner,
Little
boys.
staff, little staff with the mushroom on it.
40 people eat it, so dude.
Nobody's even recognized the fact that there's just like a little mushroom.
probably didn't see it.
He can only communicate with me until the sport. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll look over and at least look at him.
Is there like a little cup I can find or something I can use as a little cup?
All that you see is like huge mugs.
Okay. Alright. Because I was thinking, like give him a little something, but.
You want to approach Theovar's tent?
Yeah, and I guess how I'll do it
I
is
can
I'll know
reduce-
he's in there, but I don't want to bother him, so is it just like a tent, like a kind of smaller tent, or is it something where if I could make a noise, like on what it's
Yeah, you can knock on like
structured?
some wood structure.
Enlarge it.
And I'll just, and I'll be like, I don't mean to intrude you at night when you might be going to bed, but Theovar, are you in there by chance? I saw you walk in.
That you, Caladan?
Yes.
Come on in.
So I'll kind of like walk in and I'll be like, again, sorry to bother you at such a time, but before we left to come here, we met with Faerith, and she mentioned something about the, what was it, Century of the Gulf?
Yep.
The Century of the Gulf, and I guess that's why I'm here. I was wondering maybe if you knew what she was speaking of?
Yes, I was hoping to run into you. Inside this tent now, you can see it's decently larger than the other ones. There's somewhat of like a fire and somewhat of like a pot of sorts on this table in the middle. There's not like a makeshift chair, but like an actual well-made chair that seems. A lot of the stuff in here, aside from like a wardrobe and a mirror, seems to be things that people transported like for them. Them being Lathandria and Theovar, as you can see her kind of sitting in the corner in a chair, kind of her almost dress draping down long onto the ground. She kind of gives a nod.
Oh, not like I'll be like, sorry, I didn't see you there.
That's okay. Theovar picks up again.
Well, as I said, I was kind of hoping to run into you. Tough times are brewing. It is of most importance that when these times come, our allegiances will hold fast. I'm tasking you with securing these accords. The seeds have already been planted. If you are to reach the capital, there's one who has said connections with many, albeit for profit of coin. Speak with the broker named Forvis.
That's spelled Fjorvis.
Fjorvis?
Yep.
The broker named Forvis. He owes me a debt. I hear there's a rebel force causing trouble in Basinport over the last few months. Maybe we can harness their anger towards a common goal. As far as the Century of the Gulf you bring up, that is Vagroth, the Century of the Gulf. That is what they call it. They've kept to themselves for somewhat of a generation. I know not any more details of who or what this creature is, but the townsfolk of the Gulf speak of it as if it was some sort of a prophecy, almost like worship. If this creature has a will, I believe their allegiance would be of great value in the coming months. If you wish to investigate these matters, I would start with the townsfolk of the Gulf. There are fishing villages all along the shores.
Excuse me while I write down a bunch of shit.
And then Lathandria kind of stands up and walks and approaches the table as well. While you're here, this Death Knight figure you speak of, he must have a motive. Is he the one pulling the strings? She kind of gestures towards Theovar. Is there one who may answer some of our questions? I believe so. Or at least tell us what the right questions are. I suggest, when you have time, go to the Amber Isles. I have a contact named Nadia who does work for the syndicate family called the Belsante. She controls the shipyard docks there. If you can somehow speak to their Primarch, he may know how to contact this person. I know this sounds like a long shot, but if we are to find answers for the questions we don't even know how to ask, we must expend all resources in making such an effort.
So
Dump all of this stuff onto you.
so I'm just gonna just ask you. So what you're saying is they have information about whoever that Death Knight was speaking of.
I mean, they may have information about who the Death Knight is. Why are they doing these things? I don't even know where to begin. But I suppose this is a beginning. Talk to somebody who might know something about all of that. We are old. She kind of gestures towards Theovar as you go.
Nod and be like, yes.
I'm afraid we had our duties during the defendants, and a lot of things I feel flew over our heads. Not everything was told to us, and as far as like King Hyman Zephyr II, for example. I didn't really know him personally, but there's a lot going on here. A lot that happened. We have had a lot of time to think about what happened, and now that things are kind of brewing up again, I believe we should not take risks, but start creeping into the corners of the Empire. There has to be answers somewhere.
And I agree. And I like. Shit, where do I start? So do we know where the Gulf? So the Gulf is what we're overlooking right now.
We were.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
were.
you're not next to the Gulf, but you're so high up you can see. And now, actually, well, those of you that are outside, looking down, you can see like the moon reflecting off of this huge Gulf far in the distance. You can see this forest that goes all the way until the Gulf.
And it goes like downhill.
Yeah. Also, as you talk to Theovar, he kind of picks up the father's tetrad, as you know of history. I'm not sure what to make of them. They were part, what I assume is the disappearance, as the same as everyone in the Circle of the Golden Martyrs. Around the same time all of them disappeared, the father's tetrad disappeared at the same time. They, I hope, were part of the Golden Martyrs, and they disappeared. They were my most trusted warriors. But there's rumor now of them being seen inside the Timberland to the north. If you are, he kind of like looks towards Lothandria, to join the Ivory Agus, I suggest you do this task. We will be more than happy to fully anoint you and your fellow friends into the Ivory Agus, giving full capabilities and abilities to all of our connections.
I'll accept the gesture and kind of bow and be like, I would do anything to prove to you that we are worthy of being a part of such an association. And we will go to whatever extent it is you ask to do so.
I believe you will. And then he kind of gives you a somewhat of a direction into the Timberland of where these four Father's Tetrad figures have been spotted.
Alright, I suppose at that point, like, that answers all that, so I'll say, well, I don't mean to take up too much of your time, but I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to give me such information, so I will leave you both to whatever it is you're going to do. No, I guess I'm saying that, like, you know.
Vides uses scutum.
You
Says
know,
one of the anointments.
and then I'll also as I'm walking away, look, I'm going to be like, and it is good to see you again. It's good to see some shining hope in what it seems like a dark world. Yeah.
We will do what we can.
No, I'll go.
Joining everybody else around the fire.
So
A lot of
That's
you can see a
him
lot
for
of
real.
people. A lot of people now around this fire have either passed out in their place, or are just drunk and about to pass out.
What's the state of? Would you say what?
So-
have you guys been just?
Oh, I've
hammering
been-
drinks the
I've been
whole
going.
time.
Yeah, whoever has
Oh,
been
so-
hammering them down, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
oh jeez, okay.
Fuck, that was a lot of information.
Where's the
I'm
saving
gonna
throws?
ask you.
So from what I'm understanding, right, we got to go to the capital to talk to the broker to get information about this pack of people that are walking around dealing with the blood magic stuff. No.
That's completely unrelated.
Fuck's sake.
So I got an
I
8.
wasn't listening.
Yeah, you're drunk.
Okay.
On the verge of passing out.
So if I can, because of the level, I guess. While Sam was gone, or Kaladin, I would have wanted to talk to Benedict, and I don't know how coherent that conversation could be. So, so Benedict.
What's up?
I got really bad memory, you know.
Do ya?
Yeah, I did a lot of partying back in my college days, so, what was the reason you were out in Fogsfield to begin with? What brought you out there?
That's a good question. I just kind of figured, you know, after 150 years of living under, ground, it was time to touch grass. So I ventured out and just kind of...
There wasn't like some sort of mission, it was just like a search for knowledge type of thing?
Deep down, I guess,
Sure, yeah.
there's always gonna be more that I want to know and,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I understand that.
power that I kind of want to seek, but for the most part, it was getting out, and this other stuff is kind of just a...
Was it also
bonus.
part of like your whole family issues and stuff, and kind of like
I kind of wanted to
escape?
seek answers, and yeah.
Am I
kinda
close enough
find
to like walk up to these guys since I left the tent too? And
It's up to you.
I mean, I don't know how long their conversation was, so I guess
like,
roll
is this
roll a
before or
1d4.
like after the
Both of
fact?
us,
You know
or-
what I mean?
Just Sam.
essentially, like I would have waited.
On a 1 or a 2, you're there.
4.
Not there.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just gonna make some stupid ass fucking comment about the rocks probably.
No, the rock stays better in Gemtrum.
That's all I was gonna do. Is
I
nothing
don't know if you
important.
want to bring it up, but there's the whole thing about the vision that your friend had with the
Hey,
map
how's it going?
where it was like
Now I'll walk up
the
No,
artifact
I'm
or
just trying to,
something,
like, not hear
and then
this.
You were like, oh, there's something
Yeah.
This backstory.
in Foxfield.
Fuck, dude, that was so much shit to write down.
The map we have.
C-ring
Just
chords
a
reach the
map
capital.
where it was an
broker.
X.
I didn't
where there
listen
was like
to
an
any
artifact or
information.
something in
God,
Foxfield.
dude.
So then
I
you
didn't
were,
listen to
like,
any of
I
this.
saw that in the vision.
in the vision.
In the pool.
Son of a bitch.
No. In the vision that your friend had when he tried peering into Acrisius.
Okay.
What did I see in the vision? In the I forgot what was out.
You saw yourself,
Yep.
but the sky looked a little bit more bright.
So it just looked better, essentially. Okay.
You know, on second recollection, you know, it's kind of been suppressed by
Yeah, we've had
the army and
Yeah.
just kind of everything else that's been happening. But the main reason I was in Fogsfield, now that I remember, is that there was a buddy of mine that had a vision of this treasure map, and from what I can recall, it was from Fogsfield. So I mean, there was, you know, an artifact or something marked on a map that looked to me to be in Fogsfield.
Does that, you think that might be the dagger we
It
found?
could be a dagger.
Is it, was
But
there
I mean,
was there
maybe
multiple
we didn't-
locations on this map?
maybe
or is it
we
just
didn't
the
find
Fogsfield one?
It was
Am I
just
here-
the
am I here by
Fogsfield
then?
one.
Roll another.
Yeah, roll again.
He's trying to make his way towards us.
Yeah,
Kaladin.
Yeah, maybe this is the map
Welcome.
where this is like a map where all of them are.
Master map.
Have I heard anything?
The 2 figures that were in the tent next to you have put out the torch. It seems like they've gone to bed.
Any other movement by me?
You actually saw one person that narrowly missed you, that went out into the woods to take a piss and then ended up throwing up. And then walking back.
So you've seen a lot.
Just to let you know, my plan is just to keep on drinking, and if I pass out at the log, I pass out at the
Yeah,
log.
I'd say another 10 minutes and you're out.
Okay. just drinking awesome.
Chad, looking at me. So why are you here?
So like, what do you do here, man?
But as you're like talking, you look over and he's already passed out.
I'll try to look for Tibbet. She's still over by the
Yeah,
fire.
he's still right there.
Just marinating
I'm
in the
going
fire.
to look for Ace.
Give me a perception check.
Do I get advantage with my goggles at night, maybe? Because he's facing us, maybe? Okay.
You got the dark vision.
What did you want? Perception?
Yeah.
19.
you see him over by a tree. Didn't you already roll stealth?
Yeah, you got like a 21 or something.
Oh, was it over 19? I thought it was like 17.
I rolled an 18 and I have a +3.
You don't see him.
I'm not 100% actually. Do you want me to roll again?
Sure.
I think it
Because
was.
I'm not 100%.
Yeah, as you were sitting
I
there
don't-
up against this tree, let's
Yeah, I have
roll.
no
Let's
idea.
roll another one.
It's been a lot of time. Careful.
What? Do I get advantage because it's dark?
No.
19.
No, what do we do? It's a 22.
Roll on.
Roll
Let's
these.
fight right now. I
You gotta both roll a d20, no modifiers.
Oh, do not let him. Oh, that's pretty easy. But I've seen you do worse.
Yes. What'd you get, Tim? 4.
You see him.
I'm gonna whistle in your direction to see if you even give a shit about whatever's going on. So I'll just.
You even give a shit about me.
And then if you're, can you see us from where? Can you see us from where you are?
Yeah.
Do I hear him whistle?
Yeah.
I'll look at him.
And I'll just kind of shrug at him, I guess, and just look away, just to see if I knew exactly where he was or how far he was away. You know. So. I don't know. I'll just kind of, like, hold up a drink and just kind of like, you know, and then I'll just go back to looking.
I'll
around.
hold mine up if he's looking at me, and I'll show him that it's empty.
Then I will just grab another one, and since I noticed that. You gonna do anything else, or you keep this going?
I'll see he has another
blows
one
a
over
kiss
there.
at me.
And I don't want to go.
Yeah,
over
he's staying put.
All right.
But as everybody passes out, Chad now on the log.
I like to think my legs are like still on the log, kind of like I just slid backwards off.
And everybody else seems to have gone either to bed where they are, like Chad, or off to their tents.
Well, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm going to do the same Caladan fashion at this point. I'll kind of start taking the old boots off, thumping them down next to me, and I'll like... Are we sitting on like a log around the fire, maybe, I imagine? Are we far enough away to where like I would just probably like sit with my back to it?
Sure.
And then I would just reflect on Tyr, since, I don't know, I feel like I'm in a holy presence being with all of them around, so...
You passing out?
Yeah, I won't pass out yet, but I'll sit like on the ground with my back against the log and just pull out my spell book and go over it while looking up at making sure
Snap my
Ttrpg's over there.
goggles on over my eyes, too. Just in case, if anything happens and the fire dies, which I doubt it will.
Ace,
I will go to bed, actually.
right there.
I ain't moving.
Nice and comfy. All of you guys feeling somewhat safe around this fire. You all find rest. And
Sleepy time.
that is where we're going to take our break. All right, well, coming back. Welcome back.
That's a ways week, so.
One thing that I was going to mention to all of you, so this is just kind of like general stuff that all of you would know. Major battles during the Defendants. You know of Carrion's Pass, which is a tight pass in the Torrid Reach Peaks where the armies of Nukorg's Rest fought for days on end with the armies of the Empire, which you know is somewhere in this area. Which the armies of Nukorg's Rest, you know, are led by Nukorg, which you assume or have heard that he might be an orc, but he's the leader of the armies of Nukorg's Rest. Another battle is the Iron Wastelands, which we've kind of teased. It's the open area to the west of the capital where many lives were lost, named for the swords and weapons that protrude out of the ground to this day. And then heroes of old that you would know Ikron, a powerful wizard whose work inspired the founding of the Wardens of Ikron. The Fathers Tetrad, 4 fallen heroes from Stronghold and Petu, known for their skill with halberds or glaives, and fluent in battle when together, but in today's terms, they're more famous for their downfall. Nukorg, Theovar, and Lady Lathandra. You would know all of these things. But as we come to rest, all of you quickly finding rest around this fire, especially since you got a lot of ale in your stomachs. Some people sleeping loudly, snoring loudly. All of you find rest. Somewhat safe around this log. As we fall asleep here, every single one of you get a vision.
Die. No.
You get a vision of Valewood. You haven't seen this part of Valewood before, but you're up in the trees. You're almost dreaming. You're kind of shifting off left and right, kind of shuffling, but eventually through these sifting, passing dreams, you get a pretty vivid picture. You're almost up in top of these trees on one of these spans or small buildings, platforms, with this familiar vision of the huge forest scape just beyond your view. The moonlight high in the sky almost gives an almost white, pale glow to everything. Something about this feels almost ethereal. But then you see a figure, a white, almost ghostly, ghastly figure kind of waft into your vision, not 5 feet from you, peering over this railing. It seems to be an elf. It looks like the visage of Lathandria, but younger. And she's wearing something different. It's almost a white dress. She's almost giving off this glow, and she doesn't seem like she's walking, but almost floating. And you could feel the wind coming out over on the top of these treescapes, but nothing, the wind isn't wisping at any of her clothing, but she kind of drifts, looking over this railing. And in your mind, you hear, "These relics you possess, they are part of a whole. Eyes are ever gazing upon you, but you may peer through the veil to the other side. This is a dangerous endeavor, but I may assist you to begin." Callan, and you hear, "One last thing. Be aware of bloodline. For those who start with nothing can achieve all. Let's start." All of you. The vision you're whisped out of. You kind of creak your necks a little bit. You're still sleeping, but dreams whiff past. Hours pass, but you don't know that. You're sleeping. And then you get another vision. Almost like, I don't know if all of you have gotten visions with the knives, but almost similar. You can kind of almost feel this Lathandria's hand come over top of yours and kind of lead you in this direction through these dreams. It's a very weird feeling. You don't feel like you're in your body moving around a space, but it's almost like your mind is just drifting. But you're being guided. Before you can see a black shard fly past you, and you're on grass. This seems not like a vision, but almost like you're there. Very similar, Chad, to when you saw the burning village. You're in this space. Down, there's water, there's grass, trees across the water. You're looking at the bay. You're on the bay. You can see the timberland across. You're on the east side of the bay. You look left, you look right. It is pitch black. The moon barely creeping over the edge. The light barely touching the treetops. Before movement. You can hear the rumbling. You almost feel it. And almost like your ethereal body, you kind of turn and look to your left and your right. And you can see thousands of figures. Skeletons. Undead. It almost makes your hairs on the back of your neck stick up, seeing the sight again. You can see the matted flesh. One of them almost walks through your body, creaking its neck, the bones rattling. They're all stopped at the base or the edge of the water leading onto the bay. Now, the moonlight flickering over the water, you can see the waves softly billowing. It's very quiet. You almost like look up to your right as you can see the black ichor coming out of the nose of this horse, this black horse. You can hear the metal clank and the chains and plate mail of the Death Knight. Of course. Looking over the bay, beyond his gaze underneath this black helmet, looking over the water. He starts talking.
Look for the four. They have another piece. Kill anything in your path.
A rumbling almost shakes your ears. You almost get a sense of fright. As you thought the horse was looming over you, right above you can see the snout and nose. Ground rumbling. They step on one of the skeletons right there. Crushes, it's sinking into the water. You see the claws. And you look up and you can see the neck stretching over of a Dracolich. The blue dragon, its mattered flesh, some of it flops off. There's the scales on the ground. It's with steam coming out of its nose. This creature doesn't speak, but you can feel anger as it looms all the way over you before its claws dig in and it rips off over the water before its chest just barely, the bones scraping the water, stretches out its wings and starts to glide over the water before it lifts up, the waves splashing, and it disappears into the dark, going to the west. Then you hear the guide of Lathandri that has been leading you through this. You can feel her. You don't know how you did feel her before, but you feel the absence. Almost like they're wisped away. Before it feels like your neck breaks. You turn around. You can see the green eyes of this whatever creature or something is taking control of the Death Knight. This is separate. You can see a skull, the green flames in its eyes as it's nose to nose with you.
Filthy personage! You think you can hide your gaze? This is deserving pain!
All of you take 5d10 psychic damage. Everybody roll a d20 for me.
No, I don't think I will.
And then add your wisdom modifiers to it.
Modifier or saving throw?
Modifier.
I'll start it off with a solid 11.
11, you take 29 points of psychic damage.
0?
You take 40 points of psychic damage.
I rolled a nat 1 if that makes a difference.
Oh, 39.
Well, I rolled a nat 1 plus minus 1 wisdom,
Oh,
so it's a
you're
0.
40. Oh! Caladan?
15 or 19.
Oh, your
19,
wisdom on.
you take
Yeah, it's a +2.
21.
Is there pencils around?
14.
I usually have
In
one.
there, yeah.
14.
Yeah.
26 points of psychic damage.
I mean, that makes sense.
Anybody who rolled below or got below 10, you now have the frightened condition.
Which is?
The frightened condition, you have disadvantage on ability checks
Sorry,
and attack
double that.
rolls.
Is there a thing I can put in?
Maybe. I don't know.
Be pretty cool to see those chips underneath a character.
But, yeah, I mean, we could.
Can I get
Yeah,
one?
might as well.
Can I get one just to like?
Just so that
Oh,
we...
yeah, just put it underneath the character.
Can I use my award for that?
No.
Uh-huh.
So who's frightened?
This guy.
Not me.
Just you.
I'm not a beach.
Dude, that's pretty nifty.
There you go.
I mean, it makes sense that I would be frightened.
Hell yeah.
But as you all feel this stinging rack your body, you're jolted awake.
I'm gonna scream in pain.
Chad starts screaming. You can see a lot of figures throughout the campfire wake up. What the hell? What's going on?
I'm
A couple
gonna
of them grab their
immediately
swords.
ready my weapon.
What kind of damage was it? Psychic?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be like grabbing my head and just like
Yeah, a
rolling
lot of you
around.
are like sweating.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up and I'll be like in a complete panic, already on my feet with my weapon drawn, like holy fire emanating from my eyes, like from the just how frightened it got me seeing the Death Knight especially too. And I'll just yell up, just like instinctually thinking, what I'll be like, where is he? Where is he?
A lot of the figures around the fire now jolted awake with you guys. A couple of them are seem to be stumbled awake, kind of grabbing at their weapons. Some of them unsheath them, looking around.
Do we look?
Shepard, what are you yelling at?
Do we look like we took damage, or like how would that work? It's just all.
Tell
And
them.
I'll just be like, I'm gonna be heavy breathing, like ringing in my ears, looking around at everybody in a panic state. I'm gonna look to see wherever.
I'm gonna start stumbling that way.
Yeah,
I
it is
hate
now. There's like a mist or a dew over everything. It's like barely morning, so there's like it's not fully bright yet.
Can I go to a spot where hopefully I can see over the lake?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start making my way so I can see the lake.
I'm gonna
Make sure it's not coming, or if I see it, see that it's coming.
Yeah, you run over to take a peek.
I'm gonna start
Somebody,
trying to get up, but I'm assuming
Yeah, I'll be
I took a
looking for-
big hit, so I'm gonna be like stumbling
Yeah,
back down
one of
and
the
stuff,
bulwarks runs up and kind of grabs you. What's going on?
and just like scream and just still
Get up!
in
Get up!
pain.
Are you okay? What's going on?
And I'll barge in and like
How do you
see.
even describe that?
I'm gonna while they have you, I'm gonna grab you like from their grasp, and I'll look at you and I'll be like, "Did you see what I saw?"
I did.
I'll be like, "We need to find the
And I'm gonna have
others."
like a look of like just terror on
Yeah.
my face.
I'm gonna close my book and use my staff to get up and make my way over to you two.
Can
Looking
I-
over, all you see are dewy trees. You can see the bay in the distance. You can try and peer to see if you can like make out these figures that you saw in this vision. You don't see anything.
I'm gonna hold for 30 seconds, and if I don't see anything, I'm gonna go back to him.
Who can I? What's her name? Starts with an
Audemars,
A. Audemars. Can I see? I'm gonna try to find to see if she's around.
you can kind of give a little shout here and there, but you can see her emerge from a tent.
I'm gonna get like up
What?
close and personal, so I'll like maybe not like grab by the armor, but I'll be like
A little early.
the same. I'll be like, I need your utmost attention right now. I'm not quite sure what happened, but
What's wrong?
the same Death Knight in the army of the undead that we see wreak havoc across New Week Cross. I just talked to my companion and we all got the same vision. So we're sorry for the. And I'm gonna like try to explain it, but I'm just gonna be like lost in thought of how to explain it. Like I'm apologizing for waking them up at that point, because like the realization of getting ripped out of the dream, you know.
Seems
I'm
like
just
you
gonna
had
be
a
stumbling
nightmare.
over my words.
Had a bit of a nightmare. Can we all try and settle down here? We'll talk it out.
And I guess I'll be looking.
I'll come up from behind and just say I think it was more than just a nightmare.
I'm gonna be looking for Ace to see if he's around too.
More than a nightmare.
I am sitting on the log that I was previously.
Did I see which tent was Lathandria's?
Yeah.
I'm gonna, after 30 seconds, I'm gonna head there.
And I'll say that noticeably weak and look back towards Chad and say like something happened to us in that
And same
nightmare.
thing, like still in my weird state, and I will make my way to
Does-
Theovar and Lathandria's tent immediately after that, just kind of like pushing myself off of her.
Does that dragon thing look like what was in the sky over
Yeah.
New Week's Cross? Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
That's what I was assuming, but I wanted to.
You guys walk over towards Theovar's tent. You can see him emerge right as you get there.
Do I get there too?
Looks down at you. Yeah.
What do you know?
What do you
I'm
mean?
speaking into Lathandria.
You kind of speak past him into the tent. You can hear, "One moment, please."
Just gonna
Short moment passes, but it feels like a long time before you can see Lathandria. She kind of has like somewhat of a mourning robe on.
I don't
What is
like
it?
people meddling in my dreams. That's
And then
something you could have done last night, perchance.
Yeah, I'll look at you when you say that, realizing that now not only it's just because me and him have touched the daggers a lot, but you haven't really touched them other than that one time, so now I'm gonna assume that.
Do you know anything about our dreams, perchance?
Your dreams?
I can't speak for myself, but seeing as my companions are rattled, you were in my dream last night speaking to me about certain things, and then you were whisked away in a death night. And a green skull wreaked some havoc on us, waking us up.
And
You don't know anything about speaking to people in dreams. That wasn't you're saying?
It
You
was
can
as
see her
if
kind
you
of
were-
look up at the trees about. I will admit, I have been having weird dreams myself. Being this of an old elven place, me of an elf myself, I feel a magical connection to this place. Whatever you experienced last night was not my doing.
Do you have an ancestor that looks like you, but
Insight
almost
check.
in a white aura that hovers rather than walks?
No.
Can I do an insight check to see if
Sure.
she seems
I would
like
also want to do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, me too.
Remember, you had disadvantage because you're frightened.
Frightened.
of everybody, or
You
just
just have the frightened condition.
oh, so
21.
She could be
21.
lying for all I
Yeah, I got a
fucking know.
19.
what do
19.
you? Where would you find that?
Just roll twice, and then you take the lower one.
No, I know. I'm just saying for like the insight there. Is there not like a bonus ever?
Insight, it should be one of the abilities.
Oh, 4. So I believe her.
Guy's looking for like a plus 12.
You guys are kind of glancing over towards Chad. You can see him kind of like shivering, like he's almost looks like he's freezing at times. Kind of
Like
just
the-
seems a little out of it.
Oh yeah, I'm fucked.
Confused with what she say, I'm gonna immediately start walking over it and I'll ask you if you're okay.
No, she seems truthful.
I'll insinuate like, are you hurt? Because I know I am. So that's what you mean?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
Yeah, while I rest my hand on you, I'm gonna use lay of hands on you. Max lay of hands, so 40 HP.
Oh,
Just because you screamed, I mean,
Thank you,
I took an ass whooping in a dream, you know. You were screaming waking
I-
up, so I only assume that you're like, you know what I mean.
I don't think
I was
it's a
at
cause. I'm going to
6.
talk to Theobar and Lathandria. I don't know if it's a cause for concern. I don't want to start nothing. But seeing everyone else, we're all shaken up. I'll just give you a quick synopsis. We were standing on the east shore of the Gulf of Keen, and we saw the thousands, tens of thousands of undead, and the undead Death Knight came up. He was talking, and then all of a sudden a green skull was talking to us. He seemed to be almost controlling the Death Knight, almost a person pulling the strings. So first, do you know anything about the Green Death Knight? And then the thing that might cause concern, they sent a Dracolich over the bay to what looked like they were heading to Valewood, to us. So I don't know
Dracolich?
if a Dracolich. You've
well,
one.
what bay was it?
So the Gulf of Joaquin.
Is that the bay though, or is it the Bleakwater Bay?
This was the Gulf of Joaquin, wasn't it? Because they were
Yeah,
looking at Valewood.
Well, because
You didn't see Valewood specifically. You saw woods.
but we were looking at the Gulf, and then we went to the bay. I believe. I don't think. Well, from what I understand, it said that the Dracolich headed off to the west. So technically,
If they're at Newey's Cross and head to the west, it
was
could
that
be-
like
It-
was that a
it
recollection
headed
of what had happened before at Newich
straight
Cross? Because the first thing we saw with the army was the Dracolich as well. Because was that like maybe a premonition of, or not? That's where they attacked from, maybe, to go to Newich Cross.
When did we find the first dagger? Was that in Fogsfield?
Yeah.
When did we find the second?
Oh, you can add a frightened condition.
When did we find the second and third one?
The second was in Newich Cross, but then we were given the third.
Where were we given the third?
I can't. Wasn't that by
Wolfwind Wixius.
Yes.
When did we find
And
the
then
second
then
one?
he explained to us about the whole backstory about why, you know.
The
like-
only reason I think it might not be a premonition, I don't know if I'm remembering this right,
is that the right word?
but they were speaking that they, which I can only assume is us, has found another piece, and we didn't find the second dagger until we had already were fighting the Death Knight. So that's another piece was not a thing until we were already in New Weeds Cross and the undead were there. I can only assume that it's talking about the third dagger we found from Wixius or this is a premonition of the future when we find another one. You got that map? Are there any daggers by bays of water?
Well, yeah. Pull up the map.
Lathandria, do you know anything of this
I think I
green
have it.
skull that controls undead,
might.
though?
Well, the skull with the green eyes.
As you guys are having these conversations, let's bring this inside. They kind of ask you four to join the tent with Theobar and Lathandria.
I'll help Chad get up the.
I do not
help him
know
walk in there.
Any green skulls?
Skull with
Put my
green
hand on her
burning
shoulder
flame
and say,
eyes.
Thank you, brother. I
Like
needed that.
strong power to command undead. You haven't heard anything this throughout
Any-
history?
Any recognizable imagery? No.
Do they know about this map?
Do they know?
Also, by the way, I only have 2 of the dagger cards. Does someone have the third one?
I don't think there ever was a third one.
I don't know if there was. That's why I wanted
I don't know. I don't think I gave it to you.
Alright.
Okay. I'll lay down the map.
I think, yeah, whoever had it, someone will lay
Presumably,
Theobar just
like, on
clears
the
a
table
spot
or
on the
something,
table.
I'll see if I have it.
What is this map?
This is where we found 2 of the daggers. The locations. And we did not make this map, we found this map.
These are the relics that are guarded by the Circle of the Golden Martyrs.
Yes, someone else answer that question.
Well, yeah, it would be. Or what we assume to be, right? Because, I mean, that could be the location of the daggers, but in other words, it's a...
It kind of makes sense because we found one underneath the church, and then we found one in a crypt.
I'm just
Which
saying
is-
it's...
Would it be possible that the Father's Tetrad going missing at the same time as all of these Golden Martyr figures? Would it be possible that they are guarding a knife themselves?
I mean, anything's possible.
I mean, maybe possible, but the only
Maybe our
thing
vision was the Death Knight talking about that group. Well, that would mean they have another.
What did he say in this vision?
they have found another piece. I don't remember the exact words, but that's how I took it at the time. I may be in a bit of a state right now, but I swore
that sounds about right.
they said they found another piece.
Yep.
Go get them, pretty much.
And
Do whatever
kill-
you can
do-
and
Kill anyone who
to
gets
any
in your
means
way.
retrieve the item.
Seems we are not the only ones in search of these relics.
Definitely not.
I need us to cast aside all pretense here. Do you know where any more of these relics might be? Heard of any inklings? I don't need facts. I need something.
I do not know of any myself, other than the three that you have presented.
And did they say if they recognize like a map like that?
This map does not look similar to anything I have seen.
And where did we find this?
Did Bartram give it to us?
No, this was before me.
No.
Because why did you guys go here originally?
Oh, we just went there. We weren't looking for anything. That's just kind of how the story went.
yeah, that's in Forks.
Oh no, we found this in the
If
crypt
that
in the
is
tomb.
what this
The
meant.
didn't we?
first one, right?
Yeah, we found this at the first one in the tomb and it was ripped up.
Did we find the map in the tomb? Okay.
It was
So,
before me,
in
so I
this
knew that.
Go Sam.
Do we even know how many daggers there might be? Do we know anything of
There's
legends of lore about
6?
these?
I thought I heard there were 6 daggers.
Seven.
Wolfwind told you there was 7.
Yeah,
7?
I have it
Okay.
written down specifically. Yeah, there's 7 daggers.
So we're almost halfway.
So
we
there's a
can
chance
combine them all
another group has multiple of them.
and control reality.
You say you spoke to this Wolfwind. Are you speaking of the Arcanist,
That is correct.
Yeah.
Wolfwind Wixius?
Yep.
How is it possible that you spoke to him?
Those
kinda like
last talent don't
There
per
was
se abide by the rules of time like meager
There-
folk like
there
us.
was
I'm thinking
A
part of that we
library.
broke into the library, and I'll just be like,
that we went into, and there was a library we went into, and we somehow activated some sort of crystal or whatever, and we got transported to what seemingly like
it was basically
its own like little safe
Dimension.
haven, like
domain, yeah.
The Wolfwin Wixius Athenaeum?
That is
possibly.
correct. My parents guarded that for quite some time, and we went back looking for answers pertaining to the Death Knight army.
We have been trying to get in there for quite some time. At least
Yeah.
some eyes in there.
I'm gonna be
There's
honest.
nothing in there, just
Yeah,
so you
nothing.
know.
No,
Burned
it's all
to a crisp.
destroyed.
90, I would say, other than that main platform in
The
the center,
giant
all of it
statue
was
with-
burned
Yeah.
to the ground. There's nothing in
They're
there.
guarding nothing. I don't know why we never figured that one out, but there is nothing but a fire that raged havoc in there.
Well, during the defendants, the new faith, or those who have seemed to crumble the empire into a state where the new faith could grab hold, have destroyed that place. I was curious as to what would be left. However, it appears there was nothing. Well, there was something.
Wixius was technically there.
When you spoke to Wixius, what did he say?
You spoke of 7 daggers.
That very powerful people made absolutely sure that they were separated.
The king, the second, his final duty was his most trusted people were to take these daggers away, and they would not be found, if
And
I
I don't
do
think
remember correct.
he knew where they were.
He
hidden
himself did not even know where they were, yes.
either. So they're important for some reason.
But we have not found that reason out yet.
And then after that conversation, Wixius teleported us just outside of Valewood.
Seems you have been on quite some journey.
Yeah.
Well, if this premonition that you had could be true, I suppose, given our position, if this is the Gulf of Joaquin, as you say, we should proceed with caution. If they are that close and we are to treat this premonition as fact, I believe the Father's Tetrad, them having the possibility of holding on to one of these knives that you speak of, it is paramount that we retrieve this item. You see Theovar kind of pick up this Vagroth figure. If he is to be an ally and he's at the Gulf, I suggest you go there quickly. If you are to secure his allegiance, him being in the Gulf itself, you will be dangerously close to the enemy.
Ace is going to get visibly upset, part 7. And so we're supposed to go here, there. I don't mean no disrespect by this, Theovar, but what are you doing during this time? You are who Caladan looks up to. He says you have all the answers. You will be the rock against the storm. What will you do during this time? From what I can see, again, I mean no disrespect. There seems to be no going on, no happening with anything with Stronghold and Pet 2, Citadels of Structure, or anything. Are you guys just to sit as others go and do anything?
He kind of like leans against the table. You can hear it kind of creak.
I'm gonna be side-eyeing you as well, being like, oh.
I'd like to.
myself, I am leading half of a kingdom, whereas I've never heard your name. I don't know who you are. Seems like nobody knows who you are. Seems like grunt work to me.
I'm not going to take this. I'm just going to leave. I don't give a fuck about this guy. I'm going to say, you do your meaningless work your old life, old man, and I leave. Fuck this guy. Caladan, I'm disappointed in you. And I'm out the door!
Good to know. But you three, you four, if you would like to go towards the Tetrad, go towards this Vagroth of the Century, believe the capital can wait for now. Given the circumstances, I believe
Where is the
it is more
Ttrpg?
strategic to get these accomplishments done before our enemy presses.
You don't even hear this.
Yep, I don't. You're right. Do I see any
Where's-
coin purses on the ground? Anyone still passed out? Are they passed out?
Yeah.
I would like to take a couple.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand.
You said Tetra.
They're not using the money for anything good. I might as well.
Are you sure?
12.
They are so drunk, you easily start finding your way around the camp and picking up a lot of coin purses.
Just let me know the total at the end.
You get 17 gold.
Woo! Damn.
You said Tetrad or whatever, right?
Tetrad.
Tetrad. Where is that?
That's the four.
That's the group that Theovar mentioned to me that's in the Timberlands, somewhere
Yeah.
close.
The father's Tetrad.
They're the four
Okay.
warriors.
Trying to get an idea of what's going on. So they're in the Timberlands on the Gulf. Okay.
Right, so it either could be that vision meant that when they attack New East Cross, or it could be in the future that maybe they're going into the Timberlands
Well, I mean, they went
from the Gulf, or
dead. That Draculich went dead west, and if it went over the Gulf, then it kind of checks out.
Yeah, I suppose.
Which you guys knowing and seeing the land, you would know, even like at the pace you guess of like a dragon flying, like this is a large area. Like it's taking you a fucking whole teleport and like a lot of days out of many weeks to travel this land. Even if a dragon was flying at full pace, you imagine, it would minimum a day to reach you if they left from like the other side of the bay. Like the bay itself is like
Like it'd take a day
fucking
for a dragon to
huge
cross the bay, type of thing.
to get to the encampment.
Okay.
And then, not to mention Kingsford Timberland itself being huge. Well, how you proceed is up to you.
I think we're gonna have to gather our friend that just ran out and make a plan.
You can see both of them now kind of just thinking.
He is kind of right, though. I don't think we are at the point in time where we can just sit around and wait. I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong, but it's definitely something to consider more with how serious things are getting and the amount of lives at stake.
As you say that, you can see with Andrea, with seeing how they act over the past like day or so, you can see her kind of just ever so slightly just think.
Yeah, that's all up.
Not give a fuck.
I mean, when you're running a whole kingdom, there's a lot of things to think about. Alright, we heading out, figure out what's going on,
Yeah.
go find Ace, calm him down.
You can see him walking around, snooping around a couple of bodies. I say bodies, they're people sleeping.
Grab the map off the table. Leave.
Trying to think if I have anything. Oh, I don't. I was hoping I had like calm emotions or something.
Settle down.
So even though you're fully healed, you're still frightened.
Oh yeah, I still got that condition. There's like a tab on here for conditions, so.
But you guys can gather in the middle of this encampment. The fire now slowly almost gone.
So we found Ace.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just look up and be like, so what is it? Are we going to go to the Gulf? Or do you want to go into the Timberland and try to find the triad?
Is that what we want to do, or we want to get to Basinport? I'm not like biased in any way. I'm just
going to look around.
like, do we want to try to get this knife Is that what we're going to the Timberland for? Is to find another relic?
I'm gonna
Is that the goal?
abstain my vote. My vote would be doing anything that husk of a man wants us to do. I'll do anything but that. I am most saddened.
Are we?
Caladan, I am sorry that I don't even know what to say. The man you've told me so much, the man you worshipped, we call you a grunt. He's nothing more than a husk of a man, in my opinion. Called you a grunt too. Didn't just call me a grunt. We're a party. You said grunts work.
I know, so I didn't say anything. And I'll sit there and I'll give you the same reaction. Like, I'm going to stare off and just...
I'll abstain. I'll do anything to get away from here. I don't give a shit. That's probably the best idea to find those things. His idea, I want out. I don't want any part of it.
Is that why we were going to the Timberland? Essentially, is to find the relic, right? Just outside of
So the 4 heroes that attacked Theovar have been spotted in the Timberlands.
Okay.
So the assumption is maybe they're either guarding
a relic or
and that's why they're launching an attack, or
I hate to say
we could go to the Gulf and deal with this other
Valeth
and try to get them on our side, right?
I hate to say it, but I don't see either of those options holding any merit. Why do we assume that the Father's Triad have a dagger? Because of what Favorith and Husk said? That's the only reason we have anything to go off of, that they have a dagger. We have no solid evidence. They said they know nothing about it, yet they said, oh, they might have a dagger. I think they just want us to clean up unfinished business for them. I see no validity in anything they've had to say about that. And as for the ally at the sea, what will that do us? A party of 4, a party of 5, what does that do against 10,000?
So it kind of seems like our best bet is to get to Basinport.
I see no best bet.
So what, you want to just pack up, go home? Is that what you want?
From where I'm at right now, I see no point. You have anything to say, feel free. We're at a lost cause. We're out of allies. It's us 4 against the world.
If you got a better plan, let's hear it.
I'm asking for you to give me one.
We're at whatever we have for info, and we have our vision that we just saw. That's what we're going off on, thinking that another group has a dagger.
Everything in that vision said it's talking to us, but I guess maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Benedict, what do you think? Just your opinion. Because I know Caladan would probably want to go look for that dagger. Hope I'm not speaking for you.
Well, yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
It's like all over the conversation.
I'd prefer the dagger in our hands versus anybody else's.
I know that whatever, well, in character, I'll sit there and I'll be like, well, my opinion is, regardless of whatever our thoughts are about what these people are not doing, all I know is everything that we have been through as a group, and if we know there is a dagger close by that they are hunting and trying to get, I think, regardless of who is not going there, if you think Theovar isn't going there,
I do agree with what you're saying. If there is a dagger here, I say we get it. What is a single piece of reason to make us believe there's a dagger here? From what people we have heard, I don't see a single thing that is a valid reason why I should believe a dagger is here.
I just think
Am I
it's the
seeing
premise of
something
leaving
wrong?
no rock unturned at this point, because if they even get their hands on one of them, they have already so much leverage over the situation. And to begin with...
Wait, didn't Wixius say there was a dagger somewhere in the Timberland?
I don't know that. That would be one piece of information.
That's why I'm saying that. Like, I thought Wixius said there was something around there.
Shade does not remember. Maybe.
So I guess, again, saying it's at this point, and I'm going to look at you at desperate eyes, knowing you saw what we saw and have been seeing for a long time, and what I experienced with the Death Knight, and our understanding of each other, I just think even you would think at this point or be curious or not want to, or do everything they could to prevent any of this from plaguing this area.
I'm gonna say this though.
And then I'll turn to everybody else. And
I
that'll be
am
my point.
not kind of the one that wants to go in the direction of the army.
So you're saying Basinport, you wouldn't want to go there?
No, the armies. If we're thinking they're going west,
Yeah.
Oh, like towards the Gulf?
Yeah.
Don't go towards the Gulf.
because
My opinion's either
Chad's still
the
frightened.
blade or...
So like
Oh,
anything
yeah.
with that is just he's just like not a fan.
Alright, well, so me and you are on the terms of the knife. So I know you're impartial to things right now, but what I say it's left up to you. What would you prefer to do?
I'm at a loss.
Flip a coin.
I
You're a gambling man. Put it on chance. And not one of your special coins.
There's the only problem I can think of. Are we meant to go north to south, to east to west? Left no stone unturned. Where do we stop? By the time we check
When
everywhere,
everyone's dead or we're dead.
Taladin, if you feel strongly, and you don't think we're just cleaning up some dumb stuff, I still believe in you, even though I've lost all faith in all of
what if-
Stronghold and Pet 2 and Citadel Structure.
These
Correct.
four were spoken
I still
about.
believe in you, so I will follow you. I trust the man you are.
These four were spoken of very highly, being very good in combat.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be surprising if they have a knife.
So if they are
And
alive,
they challenged Theovar, right?
Yeah.
They
In-
challenged him, and they were his
in
allies.
theory,
You don't know if that's a fact. That's just a story.
yeah. If they're still alive, maybe they're willing to help the cause. Maybe not directly, but give information or wisdom or something.
Or who knows, maybe their point of view is kind of what you talk about, Ace. Maybe they're just sick of the
Husband
not
and
taking the
Theovar
action.
is.
The bureaucracy.
It's only one way to find out.
And just remember, at the end of the day, even over my faith, I chose you guys. And I trust your opinions. He may have taught me everything, but you guys have been there. You've seen what happens, or maybe what is coming to be if we don't do everything in our power, regardless of who helps us, or what leads we have to go on.
If we
I
do-
guess that's where...
If we do nothing, everyone dies. If we
And
do
I'll, like-
something, maybe we save everyone.
Having my hammer still, I imagine I'll like set it on the ground and I'll just be like, understand that for the rest of my being, I will do everything in my power to make sure I will destroy and seek any foul presence. And that's just kind of where I stand, so I might be a little impartial. So, and I'll like put my hand on my hammer and just look around and
I say we
Do
go.
we have any idea where in the Timberlands they are? This is not a small territory.
I'll look up and be like, well, I don't know if you saw me or not from your little patch there in the trees you were hanging out with when we were having a fire, but when I went to talk to Theovar, he actually told me and pointed me in a general direction where he got word that the Triad were maybe positioned due to rumors of their whereabouts.
Do you want to go see if that woman that you talked to last night has a way of getting us some horses on our way out of here? Leaving that no stone left unturned goes faster with a couple horses than on foot.
Would I know Faerith left?
They left last night.
I'm talking about, I don't know her name, the captain that you were chumming with.
The Ardmar?
Yeah. She seemed like a higher up.
No, be like, I think that's a good place to start. So, and yeah, let's. I'll try to see if I see her around. Maybe once we left, see if there's any other ways. we
Last night you would have saw like where her tent was.
Okay. So yeah, I'll make.
Benedict crawled in there.
Yeah, I'll make my way over to the tent, see if they're around there.
Oh, back again.
I do mean to apologize for waking you up so suddenly earlier. It was just there's something going on that. Well, I just don't think we have the capacity to talk about it, but we were wondering, do you have any faster means of travel we could use to either get us where we need to go, whether it's base in port or...
What do you need? Horses?
What's the fastest you got?
Carriage?
I think with the
Where are you
woodlands,
headed? Through the timberland?
we're heading
That's
through
a
the
good
timberlands. I
possibility,
think
yeah.
horses would be the way to go. I don't think no
Horses-
wagons. would work.
Horses would be best.
I'll lean in, and she's a captain, so she's is she a shepherd? I can't remember.
Yeah, she's the captain of the shepherds.
So, I mean, I'm close to Theovar. I imagine they're closer, but I cannot remember to save the life of me. Did she also mention something about that's why we got in the conversation, and they said the story about it? Was it
Yeah, she
because
was
they
the one.
also heard word that they were in the Timberlands?
I did hear some rumors that they were spotted. I guess I didn't think anything of it.
It has a lot to do with the vision that we saw last night, so I think our plan of action is to, well, to keep it just simple, is to try to maybe look at this place in the Timberlands to make sure there isn't anything actually going on before we decide to make our way to base and port. So maybe horses would be easier to navigate.
Horses would be best. I heard that they were spotted near the marshlands.
We just came to the marshlands, didn't we, a while ago?
Is that north, south, east?
The marshlands are more north of where we are now. It goes not south, but downward. Almost into a very large kind of a crevice or a ravine. Inside the timberland, the marshlands are home to many ruins and larger buildings of old.
So would Caladan, from the direction that Theovar pointed him, would that be, if from our location, knowing where's where, would that be in that general direction? Okay, so it is.
Well,
I'm going to casually mention to Benedict. If you guys can secure horses, I'm going to go take a piss and be right back.
So I'll look at, so could we get, yeah, 4? I think the best thing we would do is go with horses. Do you have 4 or?
Yes. Kind of gives like a whistle, and one of the yes, 4 horses. Impromptu. She kind of snaps, and you can see him disappear behind the tents. Not a moment passes, and 4 horses. He's leading them.
All right.
They do have some provisions with.
Yeah,
On
so
short
I was
notice, I
gonna-
don't think we can gather much, but
this is already so much.
I'll do the same thing. Extend a thank you. You know.
Much
anything for my
appreciated.
shepherds.
What do we owe you for it?
You don't owe me anything.
No.
Our gratitude.
Well, I suppose we'll wait for Ben, but yeah. Down to,
Let this be a taste of what the Ivory Agus can provide. She kind of gives a wink.
All right.
We secure means of travel.
I don't know, did we? Unfortunately, we have to walk.
and then now we go into. Well, okay, we got the horses, so I'll look at everybody. Well,
Might as well set out. No worth burning daylight.
What time of day does it seem like? Just real early?
Now the sun is over the trees. It's like probably
I wanted to.
a good 7 in the morning,
Okay.
but there is still almost not a fog, but kind of just a haze over.
Like a dew almost.
Yeah,
like-
and at times where the wisps can kind of open, you can see past over the timberlands in the morning. There's a nice good fog, like layers, just over the treetops that seem to wisp and roll over.
Alright.
So you travel northward.
Go.
Oh, I almost forgot. 1 sec. You can see her get into her tent, kind of. You hear she like throws a pot, almost a mug or a cup, and rolls out underneath the tent flap. Ah, she kind of emerges, and she is a tall orc, like standing as tall as Caladan, much over you.
Twice your height.
These, you look down, you can see almost looks like a skipping rock, but there's almost like a spiral and like kind of a symbol on it. She goes, these, you will be able to speak with me.
She hands Benedict the stone. Hold it to your ear.
Don't eat it,
Might be
Benedict.
best not to give it to Benedict.
She whispers. You didn't hear that?
Nope.
Kind of looks around the camp. Oh! Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, they
It
work.
works. Put it in my.
Just
bag.
speak into that at any moment and you will be able to speak with me. But you can only do it once a day.
Oh, he's forgot some sending stones.
Well, on short notice, I wish there was more I could provide. as
You
was
already
said
given
before.
us more than
Once
We're
for many
gonna
course.
Why don't you take a couple kegs on your way out?
Gladly.
Steadfast.
you had any kegs of water. I know that's kind of boring, but
You're gonna have to stop by a stream.
okay.
Oh, yeah,
We'll finish
we
the
can
one keg and
refill
we'll refill it.
And she kind of takes a moment, looks towards Caladan.
Given what you said before, where your faith has almost been tested, hold steadfast. We are a strong people. Believe in Tyr. We are with you.
And then we ride off.
We ride off.
Strap some kegs.
Probably just one.
I jump on the horse, just grab a keg.
Well, how big? I mean, they're like kegs or.
Yeah.
Put on one of 2 horses.
Well,
Me,
can
me
for
and
sure put
Benedict
one
are
on, like,
small.
Pretty
Benedict's
small.
horse.
We got room.
I'm pretty small. I'm not tall.
But you guys can, with the horses that you saw a couple where
Like
they were
5,
bringing the
10.
kegs in, they almost have like ropes so they're draping 2 kegs per horse.
okay.
Okay.
So on one of the horses,
We'll
you
keep
get
it
2
balanced.
kegs.
Yeah, we'll just put them both on Benedict's horse.
That works.
I mean, he's pretty
Yeah,
stout.
they're
I've
good
seen him fall
50
through a floor
pounds each.
before.
So Benedict's horse is still unencumbered, where Kaladin's
strapped.
horse is
Can
encumbered.
I get a cup thrown on my horse too?
And you guys ride off.
Yep.
Leaving the camp, you kind of make your way out. You can see a couple people still passed out, but some of the folk who have awakened as you kind of drift out of the almost bonfire encampment towards through like the civilians. You can see one of the kids is like sticking his stick in the mud and kind of playing as you see one of the wives is like flapping clothes.
Did we
They kind of just watch as you
see the one
make your way
kid?
out. On your way out, give me a perception check.
That's a good question, I guess.
It's not weird when I don't ask it.
well, the fact that
Do I have to do
we're in
anything with that being
camp,
frightened?
That would be the place. to see
Yeah,
it.
it'd be the disadvantage.
On everything?
Yeah, because what if he was?
See
Four.
any kids around?
4.
It's too foggy.
Do I see any kids anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
Yeah, fuck it, can I roll it?
Yeah.
I'll take one look around before we.
Wait.
23.
So we're still. No, damn, we rode off into the woods. Or are we still
Well,
there?
we're on
You're
our way
still
out
kind of
right now. We're like
you're in the
Is she
civilian
still-
part.
Is she still around?
Who?
The captain we were talking to?
She's behind you a little ways.
I'll be like, well, hold on a second. I'm gonna ask if she knows anything about that last name.
What last
But I
name?
cannot remember
Darian.
the kid, Darian.
Darian.
I'll be like, do you know of a Darian? We actually, during the meeting, found a child who was kind of, well, he didn't look suspicious, I guess, but
Had a peg leg.
he had a wooden leg, and he said one of his fathers was
One of his fathers.
his only
Hey,
father.
hey, you never know.
One of his only fathers.
Darian doesn't ring a bell, but from what you speak of, it sounds like maybe a bulwark.
Damn, it's a bulwark.
I don't even know.
Well, figured I'd ask. Thank you. And then I'll turn back around again. So.
Yeah, making your way out of the camp. What'd you guys roll on the perception?
23.
4.
23.
10.
Uh, 21.
Ace and Caladan, as you're leaving, looking about kind of at this encampment, just almost subconsciously thinking about this. It's plugged in, I don't know. It's
Well, we
plugged
just
in.
can't play without the music, dude. So
No?
Good session, man.
We had a campfire.
He gets
He's got pissed off.
Yep.
It's
That's
gonna-
more
it's
of the
gonna
last
shut
two
off, man.
sessions.
Yeah, I'll just use my phone. Fuck him.
Amen, brother.
That's not that bad.
Where's the base?
It's a little loud.
But as you leave the encampment, looking around, you don't see the kid that you ran into earlier as you leave. But just as you leave the encampment, one last look all the way across on the other side, you can see sitting where a flap is open in one of the tents, sitting crisscross applesauce, the peg leg of the child, as he just watches you leave. And the trees slowly drift in your view in the way of the encampment, and the encampment is out of view. You're on into the woods. Heading northward, whoever is leading, go ahead and give me a survival check.
I would be in the back if we're doing like a single file type of line.
I say
be in front of
Caladan's
you.
leading. I'll be behind Caladan.
9.
9. You think you know that you're going north, you just keep on trekking what you think is north. Whoever would like to, for the day, as now the sun at times is peeking through the trees, give me a d20 roll.
How long have we been riding for, would you say?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Let's have Johnny roll so he can roll once.
Do I get the disadvantage on this one, or is this just a...
That's what
No, this is just a roll.
Okay.
So Johnny can roll normal for once.
One.
A 1.
Those are some cool dice, bro.
Yeah, they're great. I'm so happy about them.
That
Yeah.
wasn't bad.
As you head out, making your way into the timberland, where you are at in Valewood, you're already in a very thick part. A lot of trees, you can't even stick your arms a quarter of the way around, and they go high. You're on the very tip of this whole woodland area as well, like mountain-wise or elevation-wise. But as you make your way out of the camp and farther into the trees, slowly but surely you can feel yourself starting to descend. At times the trees open up in front of you where you can just get a peek over northwood, kind of like you saw in the open area to the east. And you can see just trees. And trees and trees and trees. You can see the clouds, almost like a fog in the morning, kind of wisping and rolling over. At times the peaks of little tips of larger trees just poking through. But you descend. Going on for an hour, 2 hours, you're greeted with the familiar saddle feeling, almost up in your ass crack, as you just keep trekking and trekking. And
After we've been
You're
going
back
for an
on
hour,
track.
I'm going to take that medallion or whatever of Tyr.
Yeah.
Is it like a necklace?
Yeah, it's just like a charm, essentially, that I had on my weapon.
If it's like a necklace, I'm going to like take it out and look at it for a little bit and then like put it on.
I would say it's more or less the symbol than it is the actual, like, what it is on, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I understand that, but if it's not on a piece of string, I'm going to take a piece of string out and
yeah.
put it on, kind of like wear it.
As you keep on trekking, you technically get a short rest, so whoever is missing HP, if you want to use some hit dice, you can go ahead.
How does that work again?
So it's right here.
How do I get rid of
You have
frightened?
8d10.
Which you're already full, right?
I was at 6, and then he replenished me back to full, so I don't have to
Yeah, I'm full HP.
do anything.
So remember how much hit dice you use. Maybe mark that down so you know in the future.
That was good. I rolled two max with the rest was high.
But as a few hours pass, you keep descending, and what peaks you get at what's ahead of you through the trees, you're now getting what you feel like is more towards a flattened area or the base of this larger mountainish area in the center of the timberland. But even being so that you are deep, deep in there, a rock, another rock. You're now, rather than just going over trees, which, funny enough, in this thicker or deeper area, is mostly just coniferous, like needles on the ground, pretty flat. Like you're not going over roots and struggling to get the horses through. But that's about to change as you see more boulders and more roots and different little spots of water start poking up. At times the horses kind of have to shake off a little shiver as they're stepping through icy water in the morning. But boulders keep getting increasingly large, and the topography becomes more like, I don't know if you've ever been to Canada, but like more like Canada. Like,
Yeah.
they're more the rocks are almost like
everywhere.
mossy rather than just grass. You see a lot like mossy ground. A lot of it is like rock, just covered with, rather than grass, just moss. A lot of it seems to be dead if you're underneath in shadows, but the water becomes a little bit more increasingly evident. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Man, the one roll I'm good at tonight.
Natural 20.
15.
24.
Nat 20.
Nat 1.
I'll
just put the tablet too.
Some
As
nights
you
it's
go,
like that.
Yeah, I know, you know.
all of you guys kind of just are getting into this little bit of a lull going through these trees. Again, just traveling. You just being frightened, you just keep thinking, and at times you see a shadow and you just see like the Death Knight before you kind of shake it off, just being your normal giddy self that you were akin to over a week ago. Caladan, you notice, this very much seems, from what Audemars said, the marshlands. This is it. As you get more and more into a swampy-esque forest area. Now down in the base, not long before you start descending again and going down into what seems to be not one ravine, but like miles and miles of almost a crevice where the natural water has ran down into somewhat of a small stream at the base. Your horses now are almost going, if you're continuing north, you're at this angle, so they're almost struggling. Do you want to go down in? Do you want to stay up top and kind of rim around the outside?
How,
or just
like,
keep going at
looking
the end?
at it, like, how much of, like, a height
Elevation
difference, elevation difference would it be?
I mean, it's a good mile from what you guess is the base of it all the way to the tip.
Oh, okay, so it's
The
not like
angle
20
is-
feet.
The angle is
No,
maybe
like-
like
Okay.
From like
not 45.
you're talking about
but-
like the like bottom of the
30.
crevice to like the top of the ridge.
Yeah,
right?
because I was thinking, like, if, like,
if we
split
were
up, like,
from
some
if
way
we
at
were
the
from
bottom, like,
above
some at
looking
top.
down, like how far away would it be? You know what I mean?
I'm so good with this shit.
If there's anything over, like,
good.
Yeah, let's hear
Fucking
it.
exactly.
I'm waiting.
Crazy with it, man. God dang.
I'm literally him.
So good with this shit. I was like, oh, he has this answer. No.
You just lean back. I'm so good with this shit.
I mean, I would guess like 5 or 6 acres, and an acre is like a football field without the end zones.
oh, so it's way up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
If
was
we
thinking,
go
like,
down in the bottom, can we like go east?
I'm so good with this shit.
Like if we looking where we're at, if we go down there, can we travel east down there?
Going east would go like up it. It's like the crevice ravine area kind of just heads northward. So it's like, do you want to stay on this angle? Do you want to go to the bottom and base of it and then continue north, or you want to go up and then north?
Well, aren't we already in the marshlands, or is down below the marshlands?
We've hit the crevice, and now we got to determine if, like, do we want
to take the beaten path that's a little sketchier? Or are we going to take the roundabout way that's a little less sketchy, but it's going to take longer? Is essentially what I'm hearing.
I said we just go down. Where we want to go is down. I said we go down.
That's what I'm thinking.
I totally agree, and don't even hesitate to just keep going in the same path again.
With the natural 20, as you're moving along, you can make out just through the trunks at times what looks like man-made rock, whereas there is a lot of almost small cliff faces that you have to take a roundabout way to get around. Some parts steeper than others. There are points that are man-made rock. You can see some pillars that seem to be fallen over, but as you get deeper and deeper and you want to descend down to the base and keep going, they start getting larger and more prominent, and many more as you keep going. But it starts getting a little bit darker down here. The sun now, you guess, would be high in the sky, but you're so at the base of the timberland and so far in to these marshlands that the sunlight seems, it's hard to reach you underneath, almost in the shadows. You don't hear any creatures or anything other than just the birds above you.
I'm gonna yell up to Cal. I'm gonna yell up to Khaled and be like, "Don't forget to put your goggles on."
I'll call out and ask, like, do we want some lights following us, or are we trying to go in here undetected?
Well, and I will say, based off of what I was
said.
told and what I see, we are going into quite exactly the area that they're talking they might be in. So
The ships?
Well, how dark is it? Like, can the
Surprise
horses see fine?
Yeah.
I say we just keep going though.
Yeah, we might want the element of surprise if need be. Granted, we are in a valley.
Down at the base now, you can see a stream. What starts out as very small, at times just little trickles, they all lead into this stream right at the base. Some of the rock at times seems to go like into a crack where you can hear just more rushing water below. But you can easy enough find across rocks or some of the mossy, grassy area your way with the horses. The horses themselves, everybody go ahead and give me an animal handling check. As they seem to feel almost a little bit spooked.
20.
20.
At
disadvantage.
20.
I'm spinning like a
5.
I got 8.
All of you seem to control it pretty well. Ace, at times, your horse seems to kind of jolt like it wants to almost turn around and go the other direction, but you kind of, takes you a little bit, but you get a wrangle on things and keep her trucking. But the topography around you, whereas you see some man-made structures now seem to almost look like buildings, or what used to be buildings. As you're going, you kind of have to go around them. Some of you taking a look inside. Did you want to create lights or no?
Nope. I wanted to, like, because it looks like there's buildings, just see if I see any movement.
Yeah, you
I want to see if I see any valuables.
You kind of peek in, just an empty space. You see a nest of some sort that seems to be in the corner, but nothing in it, but just stone. You keep going, keep going. Up ahead, looks like it drops off. You're now at what you guess would be the almost lowest point in this ravine of sorts. And it drops off, and you can see the tips of the trees just lower. And as you get a little bit closer, the other tips of trees in there. It almost looks like not a perfect circle, but a good, like, 3 acres across in this somewhat circle, almost like a sinkhole or something of the effect that has dropped down, and it's just murky, muddy water. You know, almost approaching the edge. Not a cliff face, but kind of a quick descent down
Like
around this
landslide
whole
kind of?
thing. Kind of. It just looks like a very, very marshy little just basin. And throughout it, if whoever would like, just give me a perception check.
Another nap.
You can see gravestones.
16.
26.
Yeah.
4.
What'd you get?
11.
11.
Getting a lot of 4s.
Looking down, it looks very muddy. On the far side, you can see what looks like almost a buttress of sorts that used to be up against a building that is just nowhere in sight.
I have no idea what that word means.
You don't know what a buttress is?
Like an old church on the side, they're like the stone things that go up.
The flag buttress.
On the outside.
Alright.
It's just that. Just that
No
strut.
church.
No church. No
Does it
building.
look like something crumbled, or is it like just missing? Well, I have a 4, so I don't see shit.
You don't really know. But with Ace, with your good roll, these gravestones that you see about, you can pick out, there are different sizes and different shapes of them. Do you want to like go up and read one, check them out, or?
How far away are they from us?
You guys are kind of on the lip of this sinkhole.
So they're down in it?
Maybe 60 feet from you is the closest one.
But it's down in the sinkhole.
Correct.
Well, you guys, is there a way to go around the sinkhole?
Yeah, you can just skirt around it.
You guys want to skirt around or go check out those gravestones down there or anything with the sword?
Because that's all that's in this sinkhole?
All I know is if we do think there's a dagger here, all the daggers have been found in a crypt or a church or a grave.
Down.
And down there seems to be a grave. I'm not saying, but if we're leaving every stone left unturned checked, I say we go on down and check them out.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, I'll follow.
I'm spinning like that's just how I feel you are.
No, my character's like scared, so like the fact that like we're thinking like there might be a dagger down here like, is bringing back.
Up ahead of you across the sinkhole, you can see the ravine continues for a bit before it looks like the ravine opens up, and you can see very marshy trees beyond as they get thicker. And rather than coniferous trees or pine trees, they look like almost gnarled and rotten, almost some willow trees up ahead.
I'd like to go to check the gravestones. I think that's common. I said my part. I think that's what I want to do.
I think I'm gonna stay on the edge, just as like a lookout, I
Okay.
guess, or not
Benedict?
wanting to get closer.
Oh, I'm gonna follow this.
Yeah, you guys.
Damn straight.
Always at times you can hear the hooves of your horses scrape as you descend before the water splashes up. Little waves kind of dissipate out, and this entire area in the sinkhole is just like a good 1 foot of just brown, murky, muddy water. But you approach this closest gravestone, looking down, you can see there's words, or where there used to be a name, and all of it seems to be almost like it's etched out, so you can't read.
I want to go check the next one.
Go check the next one. Same thing, scratched.
Wow. Something defied these graves, something defiled them. I don't know what it is, but I see that structure with those butts up there. Maybe we'll go see if there's anything over there.
Going over towards this buttress, only one tree in the entire thing, just in the entire sinkhole, kind of stretching up maybe a good 50 feet overhead, but you kind of go underneath. Now the sun up, high, baking. You approach this buttress, looking at a couple of the other gravestones that seem to be etched out too. You approach, and you don't see a building. Whereas you were asking earlier if it was crushed or if it just disappeared. You can see some parts where it looks like it might be a wall that fell over long ago, but like it's weird how this building is just gone. And this structure that seems to go up straight, you can see a small little gargoyle. And just the curvature of it.
Is that something I can climb up?
If you want to.
While we're here, might as well investigate what we can.
How far away are they from me, would you say?
Maybe 100 feet.
Okay.
I'm
trying to like find a place.
go
for
up there, treating as this gargoyle's gonna whip his head back at me because it's what it. I
It
don't
looks
know.
maybe the size of like a football.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go up and look at the. I'm gonna climb. I mean, if that's the only structure that's above water.
On your horse,
I'm
you get
gonna
a
go-
good distance already, but you can kind of jump up, grab onto it. Some of the stone crumbles off, and you get yourself up there. You sit up top. The gargoyle now right in front of you. Looks like it has wings, almost a face that's like baring its teeth.
Can I pick it up?
Nope.
It's attached to anything odd about it?
about the gargoyle. Just looks like a stone, almost carving. Looks like it was
Anything
put
odd
up
about
there.
the buttress?
Just an old structure. Chad, as your companions are down inside, and you see Ace climbing atop this, kind of sitting up top, kind of peering out, looking for a spot you can get your horse. Out of the corner of your eye, you see one of the gravestones start rising out of the water. You look over, and you see about a 12-foot tall figure of a mutilated skeleton made of like multiple skulls, multiple bones, and almost has a purple aura drifting off of its body as it quietly rises out of the brown mucky mud.
And this is down by them.
Maybe 20 feet from them. From its hand, its
I am
jutting shoulder blade
gonna yell to them.
takes a skull in his hand towards your companions
Look out!
and chucks it. All of you hear Chad yell as you turn around and you see this
How far is
figure
Chad from us?
Like 100 feet.
100 feet.
I would have
So it's gonna be
like gotten the
faint,
horse.
but to the point. So yeah.
I'd be dashing towards them. By the
I'm
way,
gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay.
When he says look up.
I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative.
question. So with being feared, I can't willingly move towards what I'm scared of.
That you don't know a source of your, so that's just
Okay,
ignore
so
that. But
19.
I would say I'm gonna roll for it, see who gets hit. Caladan,
Biggest
you does a 9 hit.
No.
No. It's almost purple aura around the skull as it chucks it towards you. You kind of duck out of the way. It just misses you. You can see this creature stumbling towards you. Almost 12 feet tall. Some of its joints seem to have like broken bones coming off of its edges. It has almost 3 skulls, one in the middle and 2 off to the side. Just clambers its way through the mud towards you.
How close am I to that tree?
To the tree,
That's tall.
20 feet.
So he's like 12 feet tall. He's big,
Yeah.
made of many skeletons, and he's hurling magic.
So if somebody wants to grab the map,
is it on the table?
I
Yeah.
think. Well, if
The
three,
foosball
is it
table.
tiny or 2 people?
roll the initiative count.
15.
20.
19.
Wait. I don't have disadvantage, do I?
24?
On initiative? No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I'll hold that.
Alright, so
Oh, so we took the right route, huh?
How convenient.
How convenient.
what'd you guys roll?
15.
15.
24.
Chad?
20. Unless I.
For Caladan?
19.
19.
Damn, bro, that could have been my nat 20 for the flick.
You want to grab me a pop, please?
What?
If you have time, can you run up and grab a pop?
Is necrotic damage purple or green? Or
I assume it's
does it have
It doesn't really have like a color.
a correlating color?
I don't think it does, but I don't know. In my head, I see green.
Benedict, you see this figure stumbling towards you. What do you do?
How far is he away?
A good. Let's
Actually,
get the minis
yeah,
down
let's,
here.
Yeah.
So, Chad,
Oh, dude, yeah, that's sick.
over there.
You can just hang it around my arm or something.
You guys are kind of.
This would be like a fight where it'd be sick to dim the lights, have more candles.
There.
Like fighting.
Ace is up there. And this mini doesn't look like what it is, but it's actually like this tall. But it's like here.
Oh, guy.
Actually, I'd say
These
it
out
like
in the sun,
this.
Josh, but they faded.
Oh, they've been in bomb.
Ish.
Been in there.
So, Benedict, you're up first.
Are these the like man-made pillar things? Or
This is the buttress thing that he's on.
yeah, these.
All of this, yeah, it's just man-made structures.
How big is that thing next to me?
Good 10 feet.
And that tree is like 20 feet tall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Misty step on top of that tree.
On top of this tree?
Yep.
pouring in, it seemed like it
Some of the
never
brown,
rained.
mucky water as the mist dissipates. You misty step up there.
And I'm going to. I'll look into my satchel and call for Tivit. And. When he pops out, I'm gonna have him look over at the skeleton and say, we got a little battle. And ask him if he wants to be of help.
Sure.
I miss that voice so fucking much.
Let me at him.
And I'll reach in the bag and grab out the staff I have made for him. And I'm going to give it to him and just say, this, every day, Tivip, you get 1 use on this staff. And using it will give you 10 berries, 10 good berries. And they, when you eat them, it replenishes our nutrition, and it gives us some life. So if you ever feel like you need to go do something, you can run around to Caladan or any of the guys or me and hand out some berries. And feel like you need to help out.
Oh yeah.
Just
That's a free
feel
rest.
free. So I'll give him the staff and.
Yeah, he takes the staff. And then you can pretty much just operate Tivip on the same term as you. But he has like his own actions and shit.
You'll
So
want to see. When we were all upgrading our stuff at like the shops and shit, I put in like a letter to the guy, and he made this for Tivit.
That's fire. No.
Sick.
what is it called? The twig of
The twig of the goodberry.
yeah.
The twig of the goodberry tree.
Yeah, so you can see a bunch of berries pile up in Tivip's arms.
I got it ready.
I'll take like 3 and pop one and put them in my satchel. Well, I can't pop one, but I'll put them in my satchel right now. They require an action. And then
I'd say that's a bonus action to eat
bonus
one.
action. I'll pop them in. And then that'll be my turn.
All right. And then after that, we come to Chad. You're way over there on your horse.
15 guys.
So I'm gonna. How
Oh yeah, so the horses as well. Benedict's horse is like right here. Ace's horse is right
did you
here.
want some
Caladan's on his horse.
dice
Chad's
to
on his
represent the
there.
horse?
Sure. Chad, what are you doing?
What's the movement on the horse?
I believe on a horse,
Like 60.
I want to say
double.
60.
So I'm gonna move up. Can I get within 30 feet of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just how far 30 feet away is. And then I'm gonna cast Bane.
All right.
And it
That's
has to
a
make
save.
It's a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw. It's a natural 7. Charisma plus 2, 9.
It fails.
That's a fail.
I think that's one of the first
get
times
up.
Bane has gone off.
No shit.
Let me get out the Bane.
So
Yeah, boy.
it gets.
There is no Bane now.
Shit.
Not possibly.
So when it makes an attack roll or a saving throw, it must take a D4 and subtract it.
Nice. That shit can save lives. That's your action.
Yep. Trying to figure out how to use this.
I would like to turn tail and run. No.
You still got a good 50 movement on the horse.
I guess however far I can get, like, along here to try to get closer to people.
How many?
30, 35, 40. He's 50 total.
And then bonus action. Yeah, that's about it.
All right. Caladan, you're up. As you see this skull fly past you, This figure standing 12 feet tall.
I will turn to look at him and start walking towards him. I'm gonna go like...
You're on your horse.
Or my horse, yeah, okay. So I'll get off the horse at this point while staring at it, and I'll like tie it up to maybe that... Or just leave it near that pillar.
Sure.
And I'll just be like, where did you come from? And as my eyes light up and I go to grab my hammer, and I will...
How much movement?
Well, how close could I get to him? Could I get right up in his face?
30. There's 30. You could run up with the horse and just get off there.
Sure, yeah, we'll do that, I guess.
Yeah.
Instead.
You get it right up there. With your horse. He's now standing over you.
Peon. Pissant.
Yep, so then
Could I-
I'm going to...
Give Kaladin Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action? Or is that what
You would have had to do that as a bonus at the end of your turn.
That's what I'm saying, like...
But yeah.
Okay, it's up to you if I can give it to him now or not. Or wait till the next round.
Well, we'll just say you would have done that at the end of your last turn.
That's what yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to use Cure Wounds as myself as I'm walking up to him as an action.
All right.
And you use all your hit.
Oh, wait, no, I am. That's right, because we heal because of the short rest.
You don't look healed. You might want to erase that 56.
Yeah, that's why I did that.
Wait, 56 is not healed.
So I'm up
What?
close. I'm just going to hit him with a maul attack.
Yeah, roll to hit.
And you have inspiration.
Yeah, here
Yeah, you
comes
have
a
Bardic
natty one.
Inspiration, so if you want to use that, you can.
Does that just give me another roll, or is it add to
If
it?
you,
You
after you
add to
roll,
it.
you decide if you want to add to it.
No, I'm not going to add to it. It's going to be 16.
A 16 does hit.
Big balls, and I like it.
So, 2d6. Now it's just remembering which of this works.
There's like Ace up here. Just shoot him by the guard.
I'm way far away.
13.
13
Then-
points of damage.
I'm going to try to hit him again. With
Yeah,
extra
roll
ahead. And I'm going to use Guided Strike with that.
Okay.
So, 23.
Yeah.
Uh, 13.
13 again.
Alright.
Yeah, you swing with your maul. You can see it strike one of its arms. As it comes back, you swing it around again with Guided Strike. Your almost holy energy coming off of your mace as you swing it down towards one of its knees. Some of the bones fly off of it, splashes into the water. It's one of its three heads just towards you. Is that it?
Can I tell it hurt it at all at a sense
You
of?
you did hurt it, yeah.
Like that.
Not bad.
And then I'm going to bonus action Compel Duels this.
Okay. What does that do?
An attempt to compel a creature into duel. One creature that you see within range must make a Wisdom saving throw. On fail, the creature is drawn to you. Disadvantage on attack rolls against creature other than you, and must make a Wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move space of more than 30 feet away from you.
Wisdom save is a 15.
Did you do the D4? Subtract?
Oh.
Good boy.
14.
And that's a spell save?
Yeah.
14.
So it saves.
Yeah.
I rolled a 1 on the Bane. No, you roll the Bane. You roll the Bane.
Are you sure?
Damn.
Yeah, so if you roll anything above a 1, he does not make
Pause.
the save.
2! Let's go! He fails.
So yeah, so technically he is drawn to me, and for some
Chance
reason
and
if he
stuff.
tries to move 30 or more feet away from me, if he fails he can't. And then if he attacks any one of you guys other than me, he has a disadvantage on his attack roll.
Plus a
Yeah,
negative.
describe what that looks like.
Plus a D minus D4. Oh my god.
So after I like say, I'll walk up to him, hit him with the hammer, I'll just be like, "You think you can just come in here and attack us?" And I'm just, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Kaladin kind of like strikes a stance, like strong, holding your maul. You can see some of the mud around where you're down by your ankles starts swirling around your ankles, and it just turns straight towards you. After if that's it.
Yeah.
The Boneyard Lurker standing over Kaladin, all of you looking towards it. Ace, right at the base of your buttress, you can see the hips of another similar creature stand up before its whole stature stands up. This one only
Do I
has
get a
2
reaction
heads.
as
One of
he's
them
getting
has,
up?
No. As one of its
Wow, he's
mutilated
quick.
heads, one of its mutilated skulls seem to be like its jaw is not human. It's just, and this purple effect almost flowing off of its body. It turns and looks straight up towards you. Right there. As you can see it kind of take a skull in its hand. The purple, almost foggy aura coming out of the skull. Goes and throws 2 straight up towards you.
He's quick.
Oh, it was an 18 and it rolled to a 2.
Good.
The second one. An 18.
Bane?
Oh,
yes.
That,
Wait,
it does-
no.
No, he's not baned.
Is this
That
a
one's
Correct.
not
That one.
baned.
That one is not baned. So that is a 22 to hit.
Sure as shit.
God damn.
You take 15 points of necrotic damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. As you get duck the first one, and the second skull shatters over you, and the purple effect seeps into your body.
Yeah, that's a 10.
A 10. You do not make the save. Your hit point maximum is reduced by the amount of damage that you took.
What?
The reduction lasts until the target finishes a long rest. The target dies if the effect reduces its hit points to 0. As this seeps into your body, you can feel almost like your eye sockets get sucked in, your skin gets a little bit tight as it's just looking straight up towards you. It is your turn.
Can I use...
Oh, sorry. The other Boneyard Lurker
Can I
in
use
front
a
of Kaladin.
reaction? No.
You can do a
He
reaction.
said no.
Yeah, can I use a reaction? Like, is he close enough to do Hellish Rebuke?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so DC 15.
It's, what
Dex
type?
save.
Oh, natural 20.
That does not fucking matter.
You go to Hellish Rebuke.
Half damage
Point
out
at
of
it,
success, so...
and the flames from your finger
60 feet, by the way.
as
Range.
it erupts with flames. And it takes
16, so 8.
8.
Fire, which is very effective.
Hopefully. As the fire kind of goes over its body before it dissipates. The other Boneyard Lurker, now standing over Kaladin as you use your compelled duel. You can see one of its arms kind of reaches down towards its leg that you cut down. You can see a rusty longsword
Came off the ground before it...
as it breaks it off. It goes to make 2 slashes at you. 20, not natural.
Wait.
And this thing has a
Yeah,
disadvantage.
go ahead and roll.
And it also has a disadvantage on me with compelled duel.
Well, it has disadvantage on everybody
What is
else,
this?
not you.
1.
Oh, okay.
So, 19.
On the first attack?
Fuck, yeah, it's...
It hits. The second hit, go ahead and roll Bane.
4.
17.
doesn't hit.
What is your armor class?
18.
You take 9 points of slashing damage as a rusty longsword gets scraped down your armor. You use your hammer to deflect off the other one. The bane that Chad cast over it, you can see almost a red effect kind of around its heads, and it kind of at times goes and jolts it off to the side a little bit. Ace, you are up.
Oh, fuck. How far... We're both at range, so I'll whip a dagger at him.
Sure.
Gonna be using I'll use a deck of effects.
Kind of looks like 3/4 cover, if you ask me.
Deck of effects?
Yeah, well, did you take into account my 3/4 cover?
No.
I'm hiding behind that shit. Natural 20.
Hell yeah.
I'd give you half cover on the next. Nat 20.
Big shit.
Have we not seen something yet from your deck of effects?
No,
I think we saw all of them.
Can you give more, or is that just...
God. Always the one I don't want. 1d4 psychic damage, DC 15 wisdom save, or disadvantage on next attack roll.
That could be huge.
Yep, so that's doubled because you rolled a crit.
Yeah, that could be crazy, actually, with the disadvantage on attack rolls.
So go ahead and roll the double damage. You can roll the dice twice, or you can just double the first one you roll.
I'm gonna double the first one. So 8 plus 4, 12.
12.
And I'm going to another deck of effects, the fucker.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, it doesn't have to make a save, too?
Yeah, so
On
it
the
makes
first
a DC 15 wisdom save for
Next
the...
time. Or, yeah, DC 15 wisdom save, or disadvantage on next attack.
A 16.
So he passes. That's
Okay.
why I don't like that one.
You whip the second card.
19.
Who would've
Yeah.
thought this thing would be so wise?
7 points of damage, you make another DC 15 wisdom save.
He has a 14 on this one.
7 points?
Yep.
Another save.
16.
Wisdom?
Yep.
4.
Okay, he has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Nice.
All right.
I don't know if there's a thing for that.
Yeah, I don't think there is, but we'll just throw the
Is there like a clear one or something?
unconscious at him. You whip your cards. Both of them kind of striking its shoulder. You can see some of the bone get lodged off.
Alright, I'm just gonna hunker down.
The effect of the second card that you threw kind of drapes over his body. At the top of the round, before we come to Benedict, kind of the whole sinkhole starts to shake. You can see the vines and almost cliff sides all around you, kind of rubble fall off before some of the water starts to fall off. And you can see two areas almost in this corner and towards the other corner, almost towards Ace, start to rise out of the ground. As you can see two somewhat platforms of stone with stuff falling off of it floats, and it kind of rises and it stays there kind of adrift about 15 feet off the ground. So over here and over here.
Wait, the ground is floating?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine.
Figures atop of these start to rise. As you can see, two skeletons. One of them rises there.
Oh, they're
and there.
adorable.
You can see the water dripping off. And where the holes underneath it, where the water's pouring in. They go and pull out bows. This one is going to aim at Benedict. The other one is going to aim at Caladan. Benedict, an arrow. Natural 5, 7, probably not. The second one towards Caladan, a 18.
Well, it's 18 AC, so...
Yeah, that hits.
Well, is this a one bonus to AC saving throw? Is this a save?
I believe all of that is already calculated in there.
Well, I have an item that
We
gives
have
me...
18 plus 4.
Well, that's with all my other stuff, but that's
That's
not
with
what it
armor.
is. But I have a ring of protection that I gain one additional bonus to AC saving throws. Oh wait, one
AC
bonus to
saving
AC
throws?
and saving throws.
Yeah,
Oh,
so, you
I
just
think
have,
that's
so I
already
do have
calculated.
you have a 19
Because what do you have on for armor?
Oh, no, it is. We
of
went
that's-
over this already.
Yeah.
We went over
So whenever
this.
you make saving throws, you also add 1. So
But
just keep that in mind. As you take 8 points of piercing damage, as an arrow from a bolt, an arrow from a bow kind of strikes you in the shoulder. And then we come to Benedict.
I'm going to. I'm gonna look at Kaladin and cast Protection from Evil and Good.
Yeah, range is touch.
Ooh, I'm going to drop. This is 20 feet.
Yeah.
Can I climb down this?
Yeah, I'd use about 10 feet of your movement to safely get down.
Would you say he's 15 feet away?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up to Kaladin, give him Protection from Evil and Good. One willing creature you touch, protected. Do you have that spell?
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, it just gives them disadvantage on attack rolls, but I can't be frightened, charmed, or
Also,
possessed by them.
I'm going to expend a charge on my Protective Verse book and give you 2d10 temporary hit points.
I forgot about that.
For being a
Who rolls that
tanky
2d10?
boy.
Okay.
Him.
I believe in you.
The protective verses.
Josh being the healer.
The thick spell book with an iron lock on it.
Just imagine him coming in the tree, just
Look at those dice.
9.
9.
those look big.
This thing is it's like a dreidel.
So your mom said to be honest.
Alright, and then
This guy.
I got like 5.
Who put him in charge?
Yeah. See, even just the bane on that one guy, I think you helped like 2 scenarios there.
Yeah, and then
Too bad you waited until the...
Yeah, I know. Literally, the next thing you did was like, all right, another one pops up. I'm like, God. Damn. And then I was thinking, like, do I just
Hey,
recast
you were up
it?
second, dude.
Do I just recast it? But then, like, there's a chance I could lose.
There's
You
like
know?
a part 2 to my plan, but the ground raising from the earth.
Like, I've already thought about that. And then
Personally, I would.
yeah. I also thought about giving Ace something, but then I realized that's another Constitution. Or, I mean,
Oh, you also have
concentration.
Bardic Inspiration. Oh, are you concentrating?
I am concentrating.
I have a disc for that.
Oh, you do? Man, whoever got you those is a really nice guy.
right? This dude's gonna have 14 discs on him. No, those are sick, dude.
You just wait till I cast Fairy Fire.
Yeah.
There is one in there.
Yeah, I know.
Could I guess I could read it.
I've been wanting to use
Oh yeah, you
this
can do Tivit's
for so
turn too.
long.
So hypothetically, I could expend 2 of these in one turn if I can cast 2 abjurations. It would have to be a bonus, but
You cast an abjuration spell, you can expend 1 charge to grant a creature you can see within 30 feet of you.
And I have
Temporary
3.
gains. So did you cast an abjuration spell
I
to
did
give
to
those?
give him the
You
first
think they'll
one.
stop attacking me?
But I
from
could
that?
cast a bonus abjuration.
If you have a
Well,
bonus
that's-
action abjuration, which would be a cantrip one. Unless the first one you cast was a cantrip.
The first one was
Help them
Yeah,
out.
so you can cast any abjuration spell.
Okay.
And then that effect just triggers with it.
In that case, I am going to.
Move 5 feet.
Yeah, because it has 3 charges.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to Misty Step over to
Okay.
Chad. And that'll be my turn.
And that avoids attack of opportunity. And then is Misty Step an abjuration?
Yeah. And then I'll cast that on myself.
Okay.
The 2d10.
Yeah.
Hit, temporary.
The protective verses, you can almost see the words on the tome as you cast these spells wisp out of the book and fly towards your companion and towards yourself as they seem to wrap around you. You can see Benedict appear right next to you as words are spinning
What's up,
around his
brother?
body.
What's up, brother?
These 2 platforms just slowly drifting through the air.
Oh, they're moving?
Yeah. Chad, your turn.
Can I get within 30 feet of all 3 of these?
This guy, and this guy, and this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get about where your horse is.
All right. Well,
Oh, that's not yours. That's
yeah, my horse
Ace's.
is
Or that's
doing its own
Benedict's.
thing.
Yeah.
Actually, I think my horse is. I'm on my horse still.
Yeah, you.
And then I am gonna cast Bane again,
Alright.
and I'm gonna do it on all 3 of them.
Alright. So that one loses Bane.
Yep.
We're gonna roll for this guy. That is a 11 to save.
Fail.
That is a fail. This guy now. Natural 5, probably not.
Fail.
That guy, a natural 1.
Fail.
Let's go! Shit. His first triple bang.
You're giving them to me.
There you go. As they are all baned.
And then.
Still got a bonus.
Actions. Bonus action. I will cast Healing Word on Kaladin. Wait, did you take damage?
Doesn't matter.
Well, I just can't.
You know that.
Well, I would have known.
Yeah,
that
I took damage. I took 15 points of damage.
Well, I don't need to know that. I'll cast it on Ace then, actually.
Alright.
Healing Word. I couldn't remember if you actually got hurt or not.
Yeah, so you roll for
Because
it.
he won't know, right?
No.
I don't know how much. I just know you got hurt.
Well,
Yeah, because
Me and Shade
yeah,
were
because
talking
the other
about
skulls
something.
missed. Yeah.
Would I have known he got hurt?
You know, you saw him get hit.
Okay. Or something come at him or whatever.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll for the heal.
You take or get 7 hit points.
The healing flies over towards Ace as it soaks into your body. No effect. Describe how the Bane looks as you cast it.
Well, it's a component, so it's a drop of blood. So I'm gonna take my dagger out and like cut my hand slightly, like a little, like when you're doing like a diabetes test. There's a little paper cut, and then like the 3, and I'm gonna like flick my hand, and the drops of blood are gonna fling
That's
at him.
sick. Yeah, the blood flies towards them before it almost looks like a huge splash comes out from just that drop. That is going to be Chad's turn as we come to Caladan.
So he has disadvantage against me right now, right?
Correct. Or
So-
against everybody else but you.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
do a max level divine smite. And
Let's
gonna have-
see if you hit first.
That's the plan. If I hit.
Yeah. You have Bardic Inspiration.
You
So,
do.
You
1d8.
can roll a 1d8 if you want.
Oh, it's a D8 now?
Isn't it?
It's always been a D8.
No, it's been a D6.
Let me double check this
I
correct.
think for the last couple levels.
What is it?
I thought it was just an extra D20 added.
Let me
Are you sure about that?
It's Bardic Inspiration 1d8.
Yeah?
I'm using
One.
Let's go. Let's see that 8.
fuck 18.
That hits?
Oh yeah.
You hit a 16.
Chad's
Right, and I just got that realization there, right?
Dear guy.
You bring your hammer down up top.
So it's gonna be so it's 2d8 just for a level 1, but I can do level 2, so level 2, so 3d8 plus 1, so 4d8. Or is it?
Is that
3d8?
including your maul damage?
I think that's separate.
Okay, I'll roll the maul damage first though. $15.
15.
And 3d8 for divine smite.
Yeah, it is undead, so you get that additional.
So no, it's 48 then.
Yeah, so it's,
Yeah.
oh yeah, so it's 4.
What level spell slot are you using?
Second.
2.
Second? Yeah, so 2,
3, 4.
3, 4.
Jesus.
Or no, 3.
No, because 2.
It's 2.
That's
It's
what I
2
meant.
for level 1.
Yeah.
It's 3 for level
Wouldn't
2.
it just double?
And then he gets
It's
an extra
2d8
1.
for a level 1.
Yes.
4d8.
See
That's
ya.
enough slice.
8. 6, 14.
This fucker's folded.
8,
22?
22,
22.
8.
25. So I did
25.
So you did 40 damage.
Then I'm going to extra attack.
Okay,
not
go ahead and
done.
roll the hit.
I'll fucking do it again.
28.
28 to hit. Yeah.
Damn.
7.
7.
Oh, you must have rolled.
As you use your divine smite, you pour a level 2 spell slot. You kind of whisper a prayer to Tyr as you bring your hammer down. The head of the maul itself glowing with a vibrant, radiant light. You can almost see the rays of sunshine coming through the clouds onto your hammer as it moves. Bring it down, an explosion of energy. The water blows through. You gotta have to shield your eyes before you get back. It is still up, but it is very fucked up. As you can see, almost parts of its body, the shatter through its bones, are almost glowing yellow as they dissipate. It's now face level with you, down on one knee. Anything else? So I have a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
What are those little
So
guys?
I'm gonna.
Skeleton.
Okay.
Guess who attacks next?
Them, all of
Them.
them.
I would assume all of them, but
They did it last time.
Can I bonus action use a potion or anything? Or is that an action?
You can down it yourself a potion. By the way, what did you want Tip to do on your turn?
Just go towards anyone but me.
Where
Like
he is.
friendlies.
He has 10 feet of movement.
Ooh.
Where is
I'm
Tibbet?
actually
You wanna throw him?
Or you can walk through the water.
No, before
That's
I
a foot
do
deep.
that.
We'll see.
It's got 30 feet.
oh wait, he
range.
thinks in his mind, so you wouldn't actually hear that.
He can stay on me for one more turn.
Alright.
Alright, then I'm going to pull out. I'm gonna grab the haversack, reach in, and go for the gaseous cloud potion that I have in there, and I'm gonna slam that.
Okay.
Not knowing what the fuck it is. All I know is I got one.
So,
Big balls.
I have no fucking clue what it does.
Wait, you're doing the gaseous form potion?
that's sick. Yeah, so you effectively get the effects of the gaseous form spell. You transform a willing creature you touch, so it'd just be you, and anything you're wearing and carrying into a misty cloud for the duration, which is up to 1 hour. This is concentration, by the way. The spell ends if you drop to 0 hit points, and an incorporeal creature isn't affected. So it's just you. We can ignore that. While in this form, your only method of movement is flying speed of 10 feet. You can enter and occupy the space of another creature. You have resistance to non-magical damage, and you have advantage on strength, dexterity, and constitution saving throws. You can pass through small holes, narrow openings, and even mere cracks, though it treats liquids as though it were solid surfaces. You can't fall and remain hovering in the air even when stunned or otherwise incapacitated. While in the form of a misty cloud, the target can talk or manipulate objects and any object it was carrying or holding that isn't dropped, used, or otherwise interacted with. The target can't attack or cast spells.
What the fuck?
One more
Wait.
time? No.
So was that other thing you casted a concentration? The compelling duel?
Yeah.
So that's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, that's sick. He's gonna be a cloud that gets like advantage on like being attacked at, and then
Well,
like,
because what all I have under it is for gaseous cloud potion. It says giant strength for 1 hour.
I think the giant strength is a separate potion.
Yeah, that's a different potion.
Yeah.
Well, how the fuck do they even give me?
You had two choices.
And you fucked up.
Now I'm
You
just
guys all see
fucking-
Caladan as he uncorks a potion. As mist comes into your mouth, it tastes weird before you look at this guy and you're looking around. You feel normal, but then you look down and you are a small cloud.
So there's no way to break it?
You can just choose to end it at
Oh, okay, sure.
It's like this spell is concentration for an hour.
But that's
You can only
your
move
turn.
10 feet?
Then we were flying.
See you.
Does this health points or anything get affected?
No.
I'm just a super resistant little cloud.
Super tanky
Yeah.
cloud boy.
You got advantage on that.
But that is your turn. It comes to their turn. The Boneyard Lurker right in front of you takes,
up in
as you
smoke.
poof into a cloud, and the compelled duel is gone. Kind of looks over towards Benedict as it reaches up, breaks off its 2 skulls on its neck, and goes to throw him at you. The purple effect leaving a trail behind. A 10 to hit.
Nope.
And a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
It's a 20. It's a 20 to hit.
You take
Oh, it's a 20. Okay.
12 points of necrotic damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
You're not within 10 feet of me, are you?
No.
As they're thrown at you, they break open, and almost a purple.
Is it 12 points total?
Yeah. A foggy aura kind of seeps into your body. And then I need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, shit.
My man.
21, you succeed. Shake off the effect. By the way,
Max
did you
HP.
put war points up when you were casting?
I was already maxed ward points.
Oh, alright.
Because I couldn't protect the psychic damage from it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So essentially, that was just a different potion.
The other Boneyard Lurker, looking up at Ace, you have half cover, which gives you a +2 to AC, I believe.
Alright, yep. 100%.
But it has disadvantage from
For
your
first attack.
deck of effects.
And a minus 1d4.
Yeah. Throws a skull at you. Go ahead and roll a 1d4.
1.
7.
Nope.
Yeah. Flies past you. The second attack throws another skull at you. A 9. Without the Bane, which misses.
The thing is only the first attack. Well, it only has disadvantage on the first attack, right?
Yes.
Oh, so it's just this
They
thing.
both miss you.
Thank God.
One of them strikes the buttress or the gargoyle right in front of you as you duck behind it. The other 2 skeletons going to take a shot at Chad.
No.
5. No. Without the Bane, a 5. The other one at Benedict. A 12.
No.
God, you're huge, bro.
All attacks, all misses. They disappear into the water. The things themselves shift and move a bit.
So because I have to concentrate on Bane, is there a range on movement for them? Like if they move outside of like a range or something, does
No, I think it stayed on them, yeah.
okay.
And that's going to be their turn as we come to Ace.
Well, you see, I don't got much in the tank, so I think I'll just cast a deck of effect on him.
Which one? This guy?
Use the cloud.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Chill. 8.
That is a miss.
You sure?
The card into the water, which the effect on that card does not go off.
I guess I will cast it again. 14.
Just misses. It kind of hits the side of it, but the effect doesn't go off. Both of those cards now in the water.
So many.
I might sit down behind the gargoyle.
Takes a seat. Still gaining half cover. At the top of the round, another one rises.
I'm kind of surprised that's one.
Another skeleton. It's going to take a shot at.
Wait a minute.
Let's see. It's going to take a shot at Benedict.
Dude, isn't that thing cute as fuck?
That's an axe. Is he
6.
throwing his axe at me?
A 6, probably a miss. Another arrow into the water next to you. All misses. Damn. Benedict, you're up.
Me too.
Alright, well. Fuck you guys.
Can we control horses if we're off them, or what do they do?
I mean, you can try.
They just kind of standing there like, "Whoa, this is crazy stuff."
They're a little spooked, kind of
Well, I didn't know if like they
rustling about in the
will
water.
run or something.
I'd say Caladan's probably took a little journey away from that guy. This one, the same thing.
What about
here?
I'm gonna
That's fine.
Okay.
pull Ttrpg out of my satchel and just let him know, point him to the tree that we were just on. Just gonna tell him, you can hang out on this tree and watch from a safe distance and throw him towards the bank.
You throw Ttrpg. Give me a dexterity check. 7. It's not hard to miss. You're pretty close. You throw him. You narrowly miss, but he kind of latches onto one of the branches.
He uses a stick and stuff. Alright,
When he's getting comfy, dude.
it's about time.
He goes past the
The cat's
fuck
gonna pass the fuck out
In the
bed.
bed.
the
Oh,
entire time.
Literally.
I don't think I can do
You still have a bonus action.
I guess I have my. Yeah.
You can't cast a cantrip though, because you didn't use your action to cast a spell. Unless you have bonus action spells.
My armor class is higher than I thought.
But Chad, you're up next.
Okay.
I'm a cloud. I'm a cloud.
I'm a clown.
Alright, that's.
I just pop out of it.
I'm a cloud.
Can I bonus or
Bitch,
bonus
I'm a
action
cloud.
and dash?
You know what
Yeah.
that does. This
Well,
next
and
turn
no,
is
that would be your
fuck around
action.
with it.
Okay, that's it then.
Yeah.
What
What are you doing?
Maybe I could ready something in.
Oh, why do I have to be frightened?
Pop.
Put such a.
How does the thingy look? Pretty clean.
What, this?
Yeah.
I mean, it glitches out a bunch.
Sweet. But are you using the app or are you just on
No,
the
I'm on
browser?
D&D Beyond.
Like on
The
web?
browser, yeah.
I just have an app.
It just, for whatever reason, it like will like layer on the top half and then I have to like refresh the page. But, I mean, overall it's pretty sick.
Sounds like a personal error.
Oh, what kind of spells aren't concentrations?
Caladan, you're on deck.
Excuse me. I'm a fucking cloud. Cool. Gaseous fog is up there.
That is.
That came out of left field, bro.
I thought that was the bonus.
Forgot
from
you
that.
fucking had that.
Yeah, that was long.
Came
time
out of left
ago.
field for everyone.
Kaladin didn't even know what he was
And this is why Caladan's not allowed to hold on to items he doesn't know what it is.
It's true, man. Well, hey, I thought that was it, but typical.
That was
That's
funny.
the intellect coming into play.
He also
right
has
there.
a vial of weird fog.
If I attack, I'm assuming I can't use, like a normal attack, I can't use like Healing Word as a bonus action then?
Is Healing Word a spell?
It is a spell, but it's like,
Does it say bonus action spell?
yeah, it is a bonus action spell.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, perfect then. Well, we'll try to shoot at big guy with a bow.
All right.
Finally takes the.
He is very bloodied, by the way.
Yeah, and I got disadvantage.
Yep.
I rolled the exact same. 17 to hit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Doesn't matter what you roll because he has 2 HP.
It is a +2.
You shoot one bolt, Caladan, right in front of your gaseous form. The bolt actually goes through the gaseous form, it strikes it as it and falls to the ground. This skeleton and this skeleton
And then,
are gone with it.
as a bonus action, I will Healing Word Benedict.
All right.
Alright.
So you would roll in.
For 9 hit points.
I'm next.
I thought you got hurt.
I got shields and shit.
You're good.
Just don't let him know that he thinks he's doing his job.
Thank you so much.
Hey, my character was so much better.
To him, he's like, yeah, I'm keeping these guys up, bro.
Thank you, Chad.
Hey, my character wouldn't know.
Thank God I'm here. These guys
I'm
are
ready to get back into battle. Thank you.
Hey, I'm doing more than I normally do. When
I
have-
definitely was hit a couple
I have disadvantage.
I have been hit.
before I turned into whatever the fuck I am.
All right.
To his knowledge, he's fucking, I'm keeping these guys up, bro.
So, because
Nobody's gonna
You're doing your role.
did that guy die?
When you're down,
Yeah,
we
when
gotta
the
take
big
down
guy-
2 skeletons. Got
Okay.
put it. So which way keeps something?
I'm gonna. My chair keeps just breaking. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Maybe we'll just go there. There's so much stuff on me.
Caladan, you're up. Gaseous Cloud, you're up. You have 10 feet of movement. You can't go down.
Whatever will you do?
Paladin attempts
Just keep
to
going
smoke
10 feet
himself.
up.
Yeah, so I attempt to get out of this form. Well,
Wait, you could go 10 feet
There's
up
a gust.
for like
there's
5 turns.
There's a gust of wind.
And then
Caladan's
cancel the
gone.
turn and come down with your fucking... No.
can you... So, does it take an action to get out of this, I assume?
Bonus action.
Yeah, but I can't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, you still have movement. You just have to use your bonus action.
I
that
have
you
10
have.
feet of movement.
Well, now when
Could
now
you
when you're
have
out
10
of the
feet of
cloud.
flying movement and then get
Okay,
out
so I
of the
can
form,
bonus action
and
out
then
of it, and I still have my
the
action.
movement back?
Yeah, and movement and everything.
Okay, so I'm out of it. Where's my guy?
Wasted potion, bro. Have
do
some
shit.
fun with it.
Didn't do shit anyways.
That thing's huge.
I'm literally a clown.
Sick potion. You can
That's
like
so
you can
Just
go
not
for like
for-
a
just
keyhole
not
in a
for
door
this.
and shit.
Yeah.
I'm literally a clown.
And I
like,
use all of my movement.
I'm definitely turning that into a supercut. Caladan turns into a cloud.
I was like, what's gonna happen?
So I use
I'm
it.
like, I'm gonna get
Okay,
giant
you're a
strength,
cloud.
and you're like, no, those are two different things. I'm like, so what the fuck is it?
I'm a clown.
Not quite in range. Melee, at least.
Let me use,
Got your action.
yeah, Armor of Agathis on myself.
The murky brown water around you starts to turn to shards and they clamber around your body and on your armor. And so you now have icy like shards around.
So I have 5 temporary HP points and then 5 reflective cold damage on hit.
If that's gonna be it. Is that it?
Yep.
The Boneyard Lurker right in front of Ace, looking up towards you as you're behind cover. It turns towards Caladan. 2 more skulls. Goes to throw them at you. The first one is a 15. No, doesn't even need the Bane. The second one is a 22. So you can go ahead and
Either
roll.
way.
Either way,
Bane
it
AC.
is.
Wait. You have protection from evil and good. So
Oh yeah, he has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah.
Because I
Undead have
protection from good and evil.
disadvantage.
Oh, did you cast that?
No, he cast on
I
me.
did.
Oh. So what does that do?
You have disadvantage.
You just have disadvantage on attack rolls.
The protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target, which the creatures being aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, the target has advantage on any new saving throws against the relevant effect.
All right. Yeah, that is going to be a 10. As both skulls go
An
past
8.
you. You kind of duck underneath them. The skeleton off in the distance. He's going to shoot at the closest, which is Benedict, at disadvantage. 17.
Yes.
God damn, with disadvantage.
As you take 4 points of piercing damage. An arrow from downtown, or uptown.
What the?
Kind of gets your leg underneath the water. That's gonna be their turn. Ace, you're up.
You're saying that Josh took an arrow in the knee?
Gonna fucking around with deck of effects. Might as well give her the beans.
Are you sure about that?
11.
That is a miss.
Let's go for 4 for 4. 11.
2 more cards. Almost getting mad as you're up top of this buttress. The car's just going into the
on the
water.
plus side, they're all in the same area.
Yeah.
11. I wish to hit. I would just sit there.
We'll come back next turn. Fine.
All right. At the top of the
Go
round,
get water.
another skeleton rises,
Which means
and it's
Like,
going
it's
to
a graveyard.
shoot at Benedict. Shoots an arrow again. 14.
No.
That is a miss. As you have arrows just flying by you. We come to your turn. Arrows just flying into the water. You go to run.
I'm going to.
I think I have a 17.
Mind you, the water is probably chest high for you.
Did Ace get, like, touched, like, cursed
Yep.
Yeah.
by the skeleton?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
And he also hasn't hit shit on him. Well, he's hit a little bit, actually.
A little bit.
Okay. I'm
That's a good
gonna.
way
You know, Kellen.
You have Tivip's turn too.
Would this be difficult terrain?
No.
Not for me.
I'd say maybe for Benedict it would be, but we're too late at that point. So
Okay.
I mean, you're not that much taller than me, I don't think.
it probably should have been
7'6".
probably should have been difficult
Never mind.
terrain through the whole fight,
I'm a
but I forgot.
Dragon
Okay.
dog. Like,
6'2".
yeah, I'm tall.
I'm gonna.
Huge. I'm a fucking man.
So if I.
Big old man.
Oh, that's a second.
Yeah,
level.
Ace just yelling at you all the time.
Hidden chug
Oh.
brothers.
That's right.
Chad, you're on deck. Callanan, you're in the hole.
I would like to miss.
I'm just gonna. Cast lightning bolt on the big skeleton in front of me.
All right, is that a line?
It is.
Always whips out the big spells late in the combat.
I was on the Uto, you know.
Me too.
Is that a save? Dex save, I believe.
It is. Yep.
A dex save. Uh, 13.
No.
Ooh, shit.
You want to?
Nice.
It would also. You could roll Bane, but it already failed.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh, he's going after the big guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, I need a couple.
He said skeleton, so I didn't know which one.
Get them D6s, boy.
You need to get like a witch bolt, Josh.
Oh, what?
Witch bolt.
I love the meme where he's
Jesus.
riding his bike. Or he's in the car and he's like, fireball.
Dude, those
He
flower
throws
dice
a
are
firework,
so
and
sick.
then, like, you
I'm
see
fucking
outside
with
the
these
car,
dudes,
he hits
and
the
they're
guy in the
they're
bike.
hidden.
Are those new ones you got?
Yeah,
Fireball.
Those are
they are.
He lets go of it and it just blows up
Yeah,
on
those
the
are
bike.
fire, bro.
What is it?
That was a lot of fucking.
Lightning
Like
bolt.
86
Holy
or something?
shit!
Yeah.
Oh, chill, man.
Can you count that high?
3, 9, 11, 13, 14, 19, 22.
22. Big hit. this bolt of lightning for a second shatters and goes underneath the floating island. Some of the rock stumbles into the water. The figure jolts about. It is still up. But you did good damage. It is definitely bloody.
That is my turn. He's probably pissed.
Chad, you're up. Kevin, you're on deck.
What I can do?
It's a bolt of lightning. Your ears kind of start to ring.
Yeah. Has anybody attacked that little guy yet?
This one, no.
Okay.
Or that one, I don't think.
I'll go for the little guy.
All right.
With a crossbow.
I roll a hit.
Of course, there's a nat 20 in there. I gotta get back. That is an 11 to hit.
Just misses.
I know the feeling.
You shoot a bolt, flies over and off into the trees.
That's it.
All right, Kaladin, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to him and hit him with the old hammer.
There's a nat 20 in that.
Running up with your maul, wading through the water.
22.
That is a hit.
I can re-roll 1s and 2s, right?
Yeah.
13.
13. And then you have your extra attack.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
23.
Yeah. What is your plus to hit?
I got the +1 maul, so it's 9.
Holy shit.
It's ridiculous.
Fucking +1 maul.
You sold it to him.
18.
Yeah. You run up with your maul. Kaladin, how do you want to do this?
Let's go.
Dude, I want him to hit it.
Alright, I take
You
it back.
had enough chances.
I'll see it's on its last leg and I'll cancel the attack.
You can't do that.
He'll taunt it.
Imagine I'll like put my hammer to my side and I'll just swing it, but like at the end with full force, right at where all the heads are at the top. Shatter
All three of them, you take your hammer from the side. All three of the skulls shatter into just dust as its headless corpse and all of the almost armored skeletons that make up the mutilated body just start to crumble as it into the water. The skeletons up here fall into the water as well.
Oh.
And it's right then that the rumbling picks up a little bit again before the islands here almost fall onto the ground and land off kilter. So they're still like up, but they're fucking off to the side a little bit, and then the sinkholes where they were are just now filling up to the rim with water. And it's very quiet, aside from two birds in the distance that flutter off from the landing of these islands.
So I guess I'll drop concentration.
Yeah, I'll take the discs back.
Oh, I'm still frightened. As far as I know,
So-
right?
I mean, my disc.
You tell me.
Is he still frightened, you said?
Yeah,
You took that disc.
I know.
Oh.
So is there anything
Is that all of them?
anything else that we saw like of significance in this area now that we're down here?
Aside from the gravestones that seem to have been hollowed, you don't see anything.
And
Everyone
essentially we're
okay?
just in a pit.
So he's
Yeah.
still frightened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove curse. Does,
All right. Describe how that works.
Run up to Chad and tap him on the shoulder.
Feel like
Probably
that-
get scared a little bit. The,
I like pull out my like dagger and like.
I'll place my hand on your hand since that's all I can reach, and mutter some incantations and ask you how you feel.
How do I feel?
As you touch his hand, you cast Remove Curse. A flash goes through your mind of those green eyes. And the weight is lifted.
Let's go.
You are not frightened anymore.
I'm just like, whoa. Oh, I feel much better. What did you do?
Some voodoo magic.
Keep going with it. Keep that up. We need more of that.
And then I'm gonna recharge some of my points with that.
All right.
That was a good fight.
You're now in the about foot, maybe 2 feet deep, murky waters. The marshlands that you heard Audemars speak of are more this way, but you can see the topography of the trees turn into more non-carnivorous trees as the gnarled roots ahead.
I just realized, Josh,
In your feet.
you only would have been able to reach like my foot. I'm gonna horse.
The clouds, now that
I
you're
never got
done with
off.
this fight, you can see have kind of drifted their way out of the morning dew, and the sun is now high in the sky, baking down. In the
Whoa.
distance, you can see a couple of birds flying through the air silently.
Well, I think you all should get back on your horses and we should get out of here before more of them things pop up.
Looking like not
we,
much was down here, I
Can I
suppose.
investigate like under the peak in here?
Under these or in like the sinkhole?
Under, well, you said a bunch of water filled up under there?
On like where they lifted out of the ground,
Yeah.
where they left a hole, the water filled that.
Okay.
I'd like to climb down also, and I'm just feeling off. And
Back
I
in
just
the
want to
water.
look at the guy's body next to me and see if there's anything of significance or if he was just a skeleton.
Give me an investigation check. 11. Looking at its corpse, you can see a lot of different types of like armor. A lot of it's been rusted just from being in the water for so long. But it looks like this was almost not like made, but it arose in like formation of like multiple bodies in this area. Looking around and seeing the gravestones, you can tell this is somewhat or what used to be a graveyard, and a lot of the bodies like formed with this.
Like a burial grounding. Alright.
I'm gonna go walk over to get my horse.
Yeah, you guys can easily wrangle up your horses. A couple of them probably ran off towards the corners.
I'm still on mine, so I'm just waiting for them to all to hop on. I'm just feeling like a new man now that I'm not scared.
But the rest of the day is yours.
I suppose just keep on moving forward. Haven't found our goal here yet. Might as well not wait.
Yeah, I don't want to know if there's more, personally.
Doesn't seem like anything's here. No point in sticking around, I suppose. Head on ahead, Caladan.
I suppose.
Let's roll.
How you
Yes.
feeling?
Is this just, what is this right here? Is this just like
Just like
flowing
water.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking of maybe if there's anything else, if it's worth using something to sense anything. But
I'm gonna
Perhaps.
ride my horse over to Josh's or Benedict's horse. I'm gonna like grab a mug and pour a little bit of alcohol out and take a
Cast
sip.
Dancing lights and put it under the water a little bit and just kind of like move
Yeah.
around and see if anything's under there.
As you put the dancing lights under, it quickly as it descends, like you can't see it anymore. So you have to kind of keep them towards the top to even see them. But you're just running it through this murky water. A couple of times it disappears and it's like underneath a branch or something before you can see it again.
Would dancing lights, like while it's going through water, like move the water, or is it just kind of like
No.
almost like
it's
an
like an
illusion type?
ethereal thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I cast detect magic?
Yeah. You cast Detect Magic.
So that was.
As you kind of focus you open your eyes, you all can see like almost a blue aura coming from Benedict's eyes. As you look around, you do see some magical things aside from the magical items on your persons. The somewhat near the gravestones looks like it's a little bit off of the gravestones because maybe it's shifted just from the ground, or maybe the sinkhole itself or the water looks like an aura of necrotic magic. Underneath the almost small islands that lift it up, you can see or make out the form of what looks like a large boulder or a rock that seems to like jagged, and it like exists underneath these, and it gives off an enchantment magical glow.
I'll move towards the gravestone, and I'll call out that what I'm heading towards might be something, as well as under the platforms there's some sort of enchanting aura going on.
Yeah, you check out the gravestones. It looks like almost just the ground where the person was buried gives off that necromantic aura, not a foot below the ground.
Okay. So I'll stick my hand under and see if...
You feel mud. Try and go a little deeper before it gets a little harder. Don't feel anything. Muddy hand. Kind of.
I'll make my way towards the platform.
Give me an investigation check.
20.
20.
Yeah, 20.
Looking underneath these, you kind of, it's almost in the water, but you can see kind of it reflecting off, but you see almost without the detect magic, an actual glow, very dim, coming from like what looks like a huge boulder, which you would imagine like what salt would look like if it was a large boulder. And getting up closer, you can see that enchantment aura coming off of it. And as you get closer, you kind of like touch it, and you can faintly feel and hear just like a humming.
And it's just huge.
Yeah, it's like.
I think this is like what's lifting, like causing the.
Yeah, it's like the size of a car or a wagon.
Could I don't know if I want to do that. Because I'm like under the platform right now. Yeah, I'm gonna step out from under the platform. And how far is the like boulder from like the edge of the platform, if you will? Like if I were to stand up.
Right underneath it.
Okay, I'm gonna smash it with my staff of striking.
All right, roll the hit. And then the
10
damage, which is an additional 1d6, I believe.
D6 plus 1d6 force. 1. That's it.
1 point.
Tink.
I'll expend all that I can. 9 total.
9. Take your staff of striking, walk up. You can see the staff itself. It seems to be like a twisted, almost silver wood. As you can see a spark come off, and when you hit this huge stone, just a small crack, like a black, almost smudge of where the explosion happened. Nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna just look around me one more time and make sure that nothing else sticks out.
Yeah, you look around, nothing of import other than the other stone, which looks pretty much the same.
Oh,
the other one.
Are you attacking rock?
I thought you eat.
Yeah, I was just trying to break off a piece for a snack, you know? Get ready for the
I was gonna
hard
say,
trip.
have you tried, considered eating it?
That's all I got.
Just walks over to like the buttress and just starts gnawing on it.
Some of your horses now in the water impatiently.
Yeah, that's
Kind of want to get out of here after seeing that.
Trudge
The
back
horses
over.
are pretty.
Hop
Might
on
just
the horse.
not be anything here. I will just get on the horse and start.
I'll get on my horse and I'm ready to head out.
Yeah, you guys continue over. Going now up the slope on the other side, it's pretty difficult actually as you try and get jagged up the side, almost like mountain goat-esque. Go ahead and give me an animal handling.
Let's go.
With check.
Nat 1!
No way.
13.
14.
5.
5. You all start going up the trail as Chad tries to follow in suit. He falls off of his horse. You hear a splash below you. You look down, you see nothing before Chad emerges from the water. Your horse now up on like a ledge, just looking at you.
She's like, man, why can't we go back to the city?
That's so funny. That's so Chad.
But with difficulty, you all reach the top, and with difficulty, Chad follows suit, eventually reaching the top as you all kind of let out a sigh.
Just like wringing out my clothes and stuff.
You're in the base of this, what seems like this deep ravine. Do you want to continue just going towards the marshlands and deeper?
I think so.
I'll let
Where do you wanna
Kaladin. Kaladin, where are we heading?
Well, it seems like we're heading in the right place if we're
Too late to turn back now.
running into all this mess, I guess. So maybe we just keep moving forward.
Alright, I trust you.
I say we just keep on trudging away.
All right, the four of you on your horses, little bit beaten and battered, some of you, but you continue on deeper into this ravine as the sun off to your left as the ravine rises, almost just starts to disappear behind the trees, and you continue in deeper to the marshlands as the roots and gnarled trunks of these trees make it a little bit difficult for your horses to continue. That's where we're going to end today's episode.
Alright. That was a fun fight.
Good stuff.
Actually did stuff.
Yeah, fun
Dude,
fact.
you were doing everything. You were going above
Yeah,
and
that was
beyond
crazy.
that fight. You did
Buffing, debuffing.
everything.
Every attack, I had
So
disadvantage
much
on
shit
everything.
didn't hit me because of Bane.
You did everything that fight. You were buffing, healing.
I was healing people that couldn't be
Debuffing.
healed.
So that was
Hey, but
your best fight, I
Yeah,
think, of
that's
all time.
exactly.
That was
That's
peak
exactly
Bard.
how you should be.
I've
playing.
always tried to do
That
that.
fight was goat status, bro.
Dude,
for
that,
Chad.
honest to God, that was peak Bard performance.
Yeah.
Fun fact, those were called Boneyard Lurkers, which is a homebrewed monster by yours truly.
Let's go.
They kind of sucked.
Oh shit.
No,
Should have padded the stats more.
Yeah, he's gonna buff the shit out of him and reintroduce
Well,
him.
I feel like Kaladin hitting a 40 on an attack roll.
Well, they would have hit a lot more, which can go south very quickly, but the Bane, I think, blocked like 4 attacks.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sure
was
those
fucking
range
ridiculous.
hits like hurt too, if like when they actually connect.
Oh, I'm
to do
sure.
Damage.
I mean, they knocked my max HP down 15
And that's
in
per
one hit.
Yeah.
If I get hit a couple times,
Like
Yeah,
you?
2 of them.
Like,
yeah.
if you got hit twice,
you-
you would be
We
fucking
both fucked up that
really-
one where like you hit it with a disadvantage plus the Bane.
Yeah, and the Evil and Good.
That was
protected him from
huge.
getting hit.
You're like, what?
Shit with-
As soon as you did compel duel and you were like just assuming the tank form, I was like, all right, spell.
Well, the thing was, is I didn't know that.
then as soon as you turn into a gaseous form,
He now only looks at me. I was like, all right, well I'm safe.
Yeah,
I
I
got
had-
shield.
I was
had
gonna
that
give
forever.
you. I was gonna enhance one of your abilities, and then
had
I
that
was like,
potion
shit,
so
it's another concentration spell. Because I have one that can add like
Gashed his
temporary hit
form
points.
Kaladin, bro.
I didn't want to move that fight, but it also sucked not
I was gonna
having
give you
sneak
temporary
attack.
hit points, but it was another concentration. I figured Bane was more important.
I was trying to make it to you, and I was gonna Misty step up there and remove curse on you, but it was just a hassle getting over there, so fuck it. And then he died.
Well, now I don't have to drink random shit.
Also, we'll say you picked up Tivit too, in the tree as you guys are walking away. But yeah, that's going to be it for today's episode. Be sure to check out the behind the scenes of our reactions to this episode on our Patreon. And yeah, thanks so much for watching.